So we'll get started then. It's 9:32 and we'd like to get going. First item on our agenda, of course, is introduction of members. So typically each member in order introduces themselves just by name and what community they're from, and then we will introduce the new members. And I have a little bit to describe for you about them. So we typically go on in order. If Sabina is not available to speak, then I will just say Sabina Brochu is our voting student member. Kim?
Yeah, Kim Gleason. I'm from Essex, and I lead our local school board and serve on several other statewide boards. And welcome, folks. We are all deeply committed to this work, which is great.
Kathy Lavoie?
Yes, I'm Kathy Lavoie. I'm from Franklin County, specifically Swanton.
Jenna O'Farrell?
I'm Jenna O'Farrell from St. Johnsbury.
Thank you. Oliver Olson?
Oliver Olson from Londonderry.
Jennifer Samuelson?
Good morning, Jennifer Samuelson from Winhall.
Angelita Pena?
Hello, I'm Angelita Pena. I am a student representative for Bristol.
And Dan French.
Good morning, Dan French, Secretary of Education, and I'm broadcasting live from Manchester.
And I'm John Carroll. I'm living in Norwich and happy to see you all. This being an organizational meeting, there are a few differences in the order of events. So here at the introduction, it's my pleasure to introduce the two new board members, Lyle Jepson and Tom Lovett. Lyle, as what I'd say about both of these new board members, they both bring a lot of educational background, and I personally think that that's a great asset to the board. While this board is supposed to be, and always has been, a combination of people with educational backgrounds and people from other backgrounds, it is a board of citizens, not of stakeholders or even of educators. It's always helpful to have educators, and both of these new members do have educational backgrounds. Lyle Jepson currently is Executive Director for the Chamber and Economic Development in Rutland, but was at an earlier time Director of the Stafford Center. You were, I have the chronology a little bit wrong. After that, you became Dean of Entrepreneurial Programs at Castleton University. Before you were heading the Stafford Center, you were a principal at Fairhaven, and all the way back, I won't tell you how many years, back to when you were a school teacher. In where was that? North Country, right?
Correct, in Newport, right?
And similarly, Tom Lovett, for 20 years, I think it was, Tom, you were head of St. Johnsbury Academy. Before that, you were dean for 15 years, it looks like. And before that, you taught English and math, I believe, and you coached football and baseball at a school in Rhode Island. So both of you have this trajectory of beginning out as frontline, stand and deliver educators, and have evolved your careers up through educational leadership. And so we're delighted to have both of you with us. Before we can go any farther, you have to become official members of this board, and you do so by swearing an oath, or affirming an oath, if you prefer. And there are two of them. I think by statute, and certainly by the governor's expectation. One is an affirmation of allegiance, which I will read to you, and the second is an affirmation of office, which I will also read to you. So if you will, I'm going to ask you to affirm with the yes, I will at the end. And so I'll read to you the affirmation. Do you, Lyle Jepson, and do you, Tom Lovett, solemnly affirm that you will be true and faithful to the state of Vermont, and that you will not directly or indirectly do any act or thing injurious to the Constitution of or government thereof, under the pains and penalties of perjury. You may say, I will.
I will. Yes, I will.
Thank you. And now this is the affirmation of office, which relates more particularly to the State Board. Do you, Tom Lovett, and you, Lyle Jepson, solemnly affirm that you will faithfully execute the office of member of the State Board of Education and will therein do equal right and justice to all persons to the best of your ability, judgment, and ability according to law, under the penalties of penalties of perjury? Affirm, please.
Yes, I will.
And Tom?
Yes, I will.
Thank you very much, both of you. So, board, we now have constituted a new board of state board. That is to say, the old state board disappeared effectively at the last meeting, and this is a little bit like, excuse me, the legislature and we live on a biennial schedule. And for example, the legislature reconvenes after it has its new membership, that is after elections. And the first order of business for the legislature and most other organizations and Robert's rules, the first order of business is our next order of business, which is the election of officers. I see a hand raised. Oliver, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chair, before we go any further on this topic, I'd like to speak for a few moments about our procedures. Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you fine.
Okay, sorry. I'd like to just speak for a few minutes about our procedures and how we're going to conduct nominations and elections. It is apparent that we likely will have a vacancy for one of the officers, and it appears that there may be a contested election. So I think given that, it's really important that we establish up front, before we get into any discussions of potential candidates, we should establish and agree upon procedures for handling both the nominations and the election, so that we don't, so that there's no confusion and we're all clear about how we're proceeding. So I've spent some time sort of reviewing underlying statutes that govern the board, as well as my trusty Robert's Rules of Order. I do, from time to time over the years, I've had the privilege of moderating my town meeting as well as a number of school meetings. So I have a little bit of an appreciation for Robert's Rules, although I'm certainly not the master. But I thought it would be helpful to sort of consult Robert's Rules of Order as well as our own rules and our the underlying statutes. So if it pleases the board, I'd like to just sort of provide a little bit of a level set. By the way, I'm getting some feedback from somebody on the phone, perhaps not muted. So I don't know.
Yes. Any of you who are not active in this conversation, would you please mute your phone or your computer, please? Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. So a couple of things. So one is that as the chair noted,
I'm gonna have to say this again. We have several callers who have not muted. All of you visiting us by phone, please have the courtesy of muting your phones.
Excellent, thank you.
We still have a few more. 522-7683, that's an 802 number. Please mute. And 802-233-0381. Thank you. Go ahead, Oliver.
Okay, so so as the chair noted, whenever the process in statute identifies the process in statute sort of sets forth the dynamic where the governor appoints 2 members every 2 years biannually. It also counts for the, sorry, I'm getting distracted with all of the messages that are popping up. Alrighty. So biannually, the governor appoints 2 new members, and the statute also calls for the board to elect a chairperson. It's silent on other officers, including vice chair, but it does specify that biannually the board needs to appoint a chair. When I look at our own rules, we have nothing in our own rules that specifies a procedure for handling the election of the chair or the vice chair, other than a general direction that Robert's Rules of Order governs our meetings. So Robert's Rules really sort of essentially rules how we conduct our board meetings generally, as well as procedures, et cetera, around elections. So Robert's Rules affords us a number of different methods for handling nominations as well as elections. There are a variety of options. Our custom and past practice, we typically do not, at least the last several meetings that I looked back on, didn't have contested elections, which is why we're in a bit of an interesting place. But I did find back in 2015, it was actually March 17th of 2015, a prior chair who was an incumbent, he had, I think, a fairly interesting and I think effective process where he called for nominations starting with the vice chair first. And there were elections for the vice chair. The vice chair then took control of the meeting as the presiding officer and conducted handled nominations and elections for the chair. And then upon the elections for the chair, in which case both circumstances, they were uncontested elections, but as soon as the chair was elected, the chair sort of resumed control of the meeting. So that's sort of past some past custom that I thought was quite effective. And obviously we have this unique world that we're living in with Zoom that throws us another curveball. So with all of that said, I do have a proposal that I'm going to introduce in the form of a motion to establish rules of procedure to govern both nominations as well as elections. So I'm going to read this, and then I will also send out an email with the text of the motion so that we all have the opportunity to review it. And if there is a second to the motion, we can bring it up for further discussion. So with that said, Mr. Chair, pursuant to sections 31 and 46 of Robert's Rules of Order, I move to adopt the following procedures to govern the nomination and election of chair and vice chair of the Vermont State Board of Education for the 2021 through 2023 biennium. First, that the outgoing chair from the 2019-2021 biennium act as the presiding officer for nominations and the election of the vice chair, that nominations be accepted from the floor, and that the election of the vice chair be conducted via roll call vote. Second, that the newly elected vice chair act as the presiding officer for nominations and the election of the chair, that nominations be accepted from the floor, and that the election of the chair be conducted by roll call vote. Third, that each nominee for the position of chair and vice chair be afforded an opportunity to speak before the board about their candidacy for up to 5 minutes. And fourth, that the elections of chair and vice chair, fourth, that for the elections of chair and vice chair, the roll call the roll be called in reverse alphabetical order with the senior student member voting last.
You've heard the motion then. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second.
The motion has been seconded. Thank you. Just a housekeeping matter. Sabina may not be able to go visual for us, but if you can, I would encourage you to do so. Because we are a public body and this is a public meeting, insofar as possible, we would like to have us, the board members, visible to the public, which means turning on your video camera. I think Kathy Lavoie, anybody who doesn't have their camera on, please correct that so that the public can know and see all of us here. Okay, thank you. So it's been moved and seconded, and I see Kim's hand is up. Kim, would you like to speak?
Sure, thank you. If we were to be taking a contested vote in person, I think best practice, and the only time I've ever seen it done, is to have written on a sheet of paper and pass it to whoever is tallying the votes. And I think the construct of remote meetings requires us to think about how to do our best to achieve the same opportunity for freedom of expression by vote without creating unnecessarily awkward situations for anyone. I think that is in the best service to sort of a democratic process. And I think we probably would all agree that if we were sitting together in a room, that would be in fact how it would happen. So I would encourage that we vote against this, where there are contested elections for anything of this nature, and I imagine it's happening around the state, potentially at school boards and at municipal select board meetings, that there is a respectful way to approach it. And I would encourage that we consider that and vote this motion down and allow for the process to unfold in conversation transparently among this board. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. And you can take your hand down if you like. Jenna, you'd like to speak?
I was just clarifying what Kim said around voting the motion down. I don't know if it's the whole motion or it's the fourth point of Oliver's motion. I didn't know, Kim, if you were referring to the whole motion.
As a general rule, one gets to only vote on the motion as presented. So that would be up or down on the motion, I think.
Would there be any consideration for amending the motion?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, you may.
That's my question.
So then I'm sorry, I didn't hear what Jenna said.
Do you wish to amend the motion?
To amend the motion.
Yes. So would you please use words to describe the amendment you were offering?
So the amendment, I don't have Oliver's entire motion committed to memory at this point, so I think I'm referring to the fourth point of Oliver's motion, which would be replaced with what Kim said around the voting being done through, when voting for a contested election, we would be voting using not a ballot vote, which would then sound something like, while voting remotely for a contested election, we would be emailing maybe votes to someone.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I want to make sure I did send out I emailed everybody the text of the motion. I just want to make sure that everybody received that. And Jenna, that if that's in your mailbox, that might help as you're framing your amendment.
While you're looking for that, I see Jennifer Samuelson's hand is up.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, do we have any analogous situations either in the legislature or other bodies where, normal in a normal situation, there would be a paper ballot, but, in this world of Zoom, how are other organizations addressing this issue? if we know?
I mean, personally, I've served on a select board, for many years, and it was always done in open. There was no secret ballot. That's been my experience. You can do it either way. I think that there are logistical challenges with trying to conduct a secret ballot in a remote fashion, and that's why I think we need to understand Jenna's proposal to amend the motion so that we're clear about whether or not and how that's going to work logistically. So, Jenna, did you receive the text of my motion, and do you have an amendment to that?
So yes, Oliver, I did, and the amendment would say, fourth, that the election of the chair and vice chair, the members of the voting members will be able to cast an anonymous vote via email to Maureen or Suzanne.
I have another question. I'm sorry.
Please go ahead.
Sorry, point of order. There's a motion on the table, so we need to see if there's a second.
Okay, good. Thank you. Is there a second to the motion?
Yes, I'll second the motion, Kim.
And let me see if I can correct me if I'm not summarizing it for you accurately, Jenna and Kim. You wish then to substitute wherever there's reference to a roll call vote, you would like to have a secret vote by ballot. Is that what you're asking or suggesting?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. So the motion has been made and seconded to amend, and now there's time for discussion of that proposed amendment. I see Jennifer's hand up, Jennifer Samuelson's hand up, and then I'll get to you, Lyle, and then Oliver. Go ahead, Jennifer.
Well, now I'm curious. If we're casting ballots by email, how secret is it?
Is there an answer to that question?
I believe I have an answer, and that is as soon as we send an email to Maureen, that creates a public record, which is subject to the Public Records Act for disclosure.
Thank you. Are there any other answers to the question Jennifer has posed? Lyle, you had something you wish to say?
No, my question was answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other, Kim, do you wish to speak?
I guess to that point, then it sounds like the best of all worlds. Folks have the opportunity to vote as they wish, and if folks are interested in knowing who has voted how, they are able to request that information. So I don't see that it is sort of a compromise to what would be considered a sort of a free and fair election, as we would do if we were sitting together around the table. Thanks for asking and clarifying the question.
Yeah. If I may I would just make the factual observation that this board has always, even on the most controversial and difficult topics, has voted by a call of the roll. It's my own sense is that we have an obligation to let people know where we stand on any matter that comes before us. But that's just my individual point of view. Thank you. Any further comments about the proposed amendment? So let me just try to summarize it. Do please correct me, Jenna and Kim, if I have it wrong. The proposal is to amend the main motion prepared by Oliver Olson so that any reference to a roll call vote is replaced with a secret ballot vote. And I believe that would be at least in, I see two places where that would be, in the last sentence of the first paragraph and in the last sentence of the second paragraph. Those are the two places I believe. Of course, and in the fourth, the language is the roll would be called in reverse alphabetic order. That, of course, would be moot with this, I believe, would be moot with this amendment. So, Oliver Olson, you have a comment?
Yep, I'm not going to support this amendment. I think I sort of understand the spirit of it, but I think it's challenging in a number of ways. It's also I don't think it affords the secrecy. And I know, for instance, as an example, this issue has come up in other contexts, and I mean, I think we should expect that a member of the press would file a public records request, and this information would become public. I think that's just something that you'd have to expect to have happen. And then there's the other question of just sort of, again, procedurally telling. Normally under Robert's rules, you have multiple tellers. You have 2 or 3 tellers who are sort of looking at the votes together. I'm not sure that this really accomplishes what we're seeking to accomplish. So for that reason, I'm going to advocate that we defeat this amendment and return to the main motion.
Thank you. And Lyle Jepson, I see your hand up.
And would this be for this vote only, or any vote moving forward?
For this vote only.
Yeah, that is to say the election of officers, since the main motion that has been proposed relates only to this agenda item, that is to say the election of officers.
Thank you.
And Kim, your hand is up.
I was simply going to go back to the sort of the facts of the matter that I think it allows for people to, in the moment, vote as they feel appropriate and not feel put on the spot by it. It's just not been practice in any contested election I've ever been part of on any board for it to be done via roll call. And that does not discount the value in us expressing our opinions as we debate all matters before this board. I just think that this is the most respectful and free and fair way to go about an election of a contested leadership race.
Thank you, Kim.
And,
sorry.
That's okay. I think I think Oliver is only making the point that I think it is not problematic that it is ultimately public. I think it is maybe not best practice to have it be required in the moment, but
thank you. Thank you. Are you ready for the vote? The vote is on the amendment to the main motion, and the amendment would replace the references to roll call vote with language that would make it clear that the vote was to be secret by ballot by way of the mechanism to be determined. Are you ready for the vote? Sabina, I see your hand is up.
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to add on to it, coming from a student who this is probably one of the first times I'm voting on something so not controversial, but a contested election, something that I feel the whole board, we aren't all going to be agree on the opinions of others, whereas in the past, all the votes, we've all kind of come to a consensus before we voted. And I understand where Kim is coming from, and I really appreciate that, because it definitely does provide, I think, people with the ability to vote in a way that they feel is true to themselves, rather than feeling that they have this pressure of all these eyes being on them of who they're voting for. And, when we go vote for president, we're voting privately. No one knows who you actually voted for. And I think with the understanding that if we send these emails and if someone does want them made public, then okay, that can be made public. But I think in the moment, having that feeling of not feeling like every single person in this meeting is seeing how you're voting and hears that, it would allow us to move forward with the rest of the agenda items without that kind of idea looming over our heads of knowing who voted for who. And I would hate for that to ruin the rest of the meeting, because there are some awesome important things that we need to continue to discuss. And right now we're just voting for officers. And I think making it private makes it less of a big deal. And that's kind of where I stand. And I wanted to add my 2 cents to it.
All right, then. And now I see Jennifer Samuelson's hand up.
Sure. And Sabina, thank you for articulating that. And I see that Angelita was nodding in agreement. So here's my question. I think the concerns raised by Sabina are, definitely valid and worthy of, our consideration and understanding. I'm wondering, to circle back to what Oliver was saying, are there procedural concerns if we proceed with a secret ballot? I mean, you've identified, what happens with, different people counting and all of that. So I don't know if that makes the motion fatal because we can't procedurally meet those requirements.
I don't think there's anything that would make it procedurally fatal. I think I think we just, if the object is to keep this vote secret, I think there's just the practical realities is it's not secret, and we just need to understand that. But there's nothing procedurally, if we say that if we want to adopt the amendment and handle it in the way that Jenna has proposed, that there's nothing procedurally that's, it makes that invalid in any way. It's totally fine to do that if that's what we agree to do as a board.
Okay, thank you. I just want to be sure that anybody who has spoken and to take their hand down remembers to do that. I see some people whose hands are still up, but maybe you want to speak again. So let us hear from, I see Jenna's hands are up. Please, Jenna.
I would not, I'd strike the word secret to private, because it's not a secret. And I think the minute it was, the word secret was inserted, it raised more questions for the board. So I think the word private is more appropriate.
So you're making just a friendly amendment to the amendment you seconded and the reference to would it be satisfied?
I don't think I referenced secret. I think I said something around the ability to vote by email, which it didn't say the word secret or private. But if we're going to lean to one way or the other, I would lean toward private, please.
Yes, of course. Okay, I think that's all understood. I see Kathy Lavoie's hand up.
Yes, thank you everyone for your perspective, certainly Sabina, for your point of view. However, when we vote for president, we are voting as a private citizen. We are not private citizens in this circumstance. We are a public board. And, there were a few times within the legislature that I ever voted privately. And I think that in holding true to that fashion, that this needs to be public as well. And changing the amendment from secret to private doesn't make a difference, because if we send it as an email as suggested, it really is not private there either. It becomes public. So it's unfortunate we can't find a way to do this, but I'm not sure that I support it in any case to begin with.
You can take, if you would, your hand down. And I just now want to urge people that we don't want to, this is taking a very long time. And I would just encourage people to be sure that you have something very new to say as you go forward. Thank you. Kim. Kim, we can't hear you.
Shoot, I'm sorry. You're on mute. I am somewhat concerned about the amount of time it's taken us to decide whether or not we want to offer people the opportunity to cast their vote as we would if we were in person. And I am not sure that that reflects especially well on us in this in not honoring how we would do this if we were sitting together. So I think, again, a roll call we will each come to this vote with our thoughts on what we would like to see for leadership. And when we cast that vote, it is uninfluenced by others' votes. And I think that is a value added to casting our votes independently, which is done by virtue of either writing it on a piece of paper and handing it to someone or sending an email to the effect. I think independently is what a free and fair election is. Whether or not that happens, like, I don't even know, like if it is so important to know who did what and we think that that somehow serves the rest of the agenda, then after people have voted, if that feels like somehow what people want to see, I would not be interested in that. I don't think it serves the rest of the agenda. But knowing full well that information becomes public, casting that vote in that moment allows you to cast it independently, not influenced by the momentum of whatever the, our colleagues are, and allows us to think freely about our position on these things. And certainly wouldn't put, who knows what the outcome will be, but I'm not sure that it's any easier for our student board member to be the first or last vote in this. And I think that that's really important to understand, the position that we are putting each other in this moment. It doesn't feel right to me.
I think we may have lost the chair.
Well, the chair comes back and I ask a question of Oliver, or all of you. Is it when you were sitting around a table together, was the option of a paper ballot available to you for casting votes at that time?
I'm not, certainly while I've been on the board, that's never happened. It's always, and again, I think Act 46 was a great example. That was a very challenging vote, and that was, we've always conducted our votes by voice, or if there was some significant importance, our custom is that there's a roll call vote. During my time on the board, we've never handled a vote by ballot, and I think that's why we're sort of where we're at today. We don't have the procedures or the infrastructure in place to support a remote secret ballot, and that's where we're at. Maureen, I'm just wondering, before we go any further with this discussion, we should try to find out what's happened with our chair.
Okay, yeah, I will give him a call.
I wonder, too, and I guess I'll just offer, this is a question of our operations internally together as a board versus public positions on Act 46, for instance. So, and I'm recalling you having said, Oliver, there had not been a contested leadership race for the board in your tenure. So I could not agree more that we need to be able to speak publicly about those decisions we're making that impact the work we do for the public. And with respect to education, I think it's really important to allow for independence in our vote and how we operate as a board together and the leadership we choose. So I see those as different matters.
I suggest we pause while we find out what's happened with the chair. I suspect he's having technical challenges.
Yes, Oliver, he's having internet issues, so he's trying to dial in right now. So hold on, please.
Should we maybe take a 5-minute break?
It's not a bad, well, let's see if he dials in.
Hang on, he's trying. Hold on, please.
Yeah.
Hello, this is John.
Alrighty, John, we hear you.
Thank you. Well, that's a kettle of fish. I'm sorry to interrupt the meeting. For some reason, we just totally lost our internet connection, so I'll have to continue by phone. My wife Nan is standing by, and she's going to see if she can reconnect us. I'm sorry to interrupt your work. I think I've been offline for about 5 minutes, so we were just about to hear from Kim. I hope you've had your chance to speak, Kim.
She did. She's on mute. I think at this point, I think everything that needs to be said has been said.
Okay, fine.
I would
fine.
suggest.
Thank you. Then I will.
I see Sabina's hand. I don't know if that helps.
Sabina, do you wish to speak another time?
Yeah, I simply want to kind of go back to Oliver's point about, us being a public board and this being a public matter, and we don't want to have anything be private from the public. But I think to Kim's point about matters in the past pertain to, a rule that would affect the public directly. We're not voting to kick anyone off the board here. Like, everyone's still going to be a member of the board. And in a way, it's kind of who bangs the gavel and makes the, meeting agendas and really is in that role of leadership. And I think if we look at it from that perspective, it is more of a private matter, because it is really how we as a board are going to, be interacting with each other in future meetings and who is going to be leading the meetings. And that doesn't necessarily directly affect the public as a, rule change would, or, the lawsuit that we have happening. I think it is important to notice that difference between these votes and see why a private vote would make sense in this circumstance. And to Kim's point, if we do call the roll, you are directly impacted. Your vote is directly impacted by the people who voted before you, because you see who's voting how, whereas if you're voting privately or given the option to vote somewhat privately, you're able to do what you truly believe is right.
Very good. Thank you, Sabina. Thank you very much. Are you ready for the question?
Yes.
The question before you then is, shall the main motion be amended so that references to roll call votes are replaced with a private ballot vote? And so we are now ready for that question. And Maureen, would you please call the roll by reverse order?
Okay, sure. With Sabina going last, or are we just reverse order?
That is correct. With Sabina going last.
Okay,
Can you just clarify? This vote is for the amended version, is that right?
Correct.
That is correct.
For the amendment to the main motion.
The amendment to the main motion. Thank you, Robert.
Okay, Samuelson,
I vote nay.
Olson,
Nay, no.
O'Farrell,
Yes.
Lavoy,
No.
Jepson,
No.
Gleason,
Yes.
Brochu,
Yes.
What about, we have to do Lovett?
sorry about that. Thank you, John. Lovett,
Yes.
Brochu,
Yes.
the chair is voting. Chair Carroll,
Yes, the chair will vote no.
so 5 noes and 3 yeas. 4 yeas, sorry. 1, 2, 3.
4 yeas, right.
So it's 4-4. That's a tie.
No,
chair
it's
voted
5
no.
nays. It's 5 nays and 4 yeas.
Okay.
So,
All right, thank you. You've heard the results of your vote. The ayes have 4, and there are 5 nays. The motion to amend fails. We now return to the main motion. Is there further discussion about the main motion as presented? I'm sorry, I can't see hands since I'm only joining you by phone. So,
no hands.
No hands. Thank you. Then, would the members wish to have the main motion read to them again? Again, speak up, so because I can't see you. I'm sorry.
I don't think so.
Okay, apparently not. So, are you ready for the question? Again, in reverse roll call, please. Would you please read the roll?
Samuelson,
I vote yes.
Olson,
Yes.
O'Farrell,
No.
Lovett,
Tom, you're muted.
Tom Lovett,
Yes.
Lavoy,
Yes.
Jepson,
Yes.
Gleason,
No.
Brochu,
No.
Chair Carroll, will you be voting?
Yes, and I vote in the affirmative.
So 3 nays.
Please, the results of your vote,
6.
I believe, are 6 yes and 3 nay.
Correct.
Very good. So, with apologies that I am not very capable without being able to see you, let us continue if we can. It would seem then that the next order of business is per the procedural agreement that we have, is to conduct the election of the vice chair. So are there nominations for the office of vice chair?
Mr. Chair, at this time, I would nominate Jennifer Samuelson for the position of vice chair.
Thank you. The name of Jennifer Samuelson has been nominated. Are there other nominations? I'm not hearing any. I want to be sure, though. Are there any other nominations for vice chair?
No other nominations, no hands.
All right. Then nominations then are closed. And we have several different ways to proceed, but the simple one is simply to vote. Would you, the question then before you is, shall Jennifer Samuelson be elected vice chair? Would you please call the roll again in reverse order?
Samuelson,
I think I'll abstain.
Okay.
Olson,
Yes.
O'Farrell,
Yes.
Lovett,
Yes.
Lavoy,
Yes.
Jepson,
Yes.
Gleason,
Yes.
Brochu,
Yes.
Chair Carroll, will you be voting?
Yes, in the affirmative.
That's one
Listen to the results of your vote. There are 8 votes in favor and 1 abstention. You have chosen Jennifer Samuelson as your vice chair. Now, following the process that we just voted upon, the chair will turn the gavel over to the vice chair to conduct the election of the chair.
All right.
Ms. Samuelson, go ahead.
Thank you. And thank you all. I very much appreciate your votes. I look forward to working with all of you. And Tom and Lyle, wanted to extend a special welcome to each of you. And I'm happy to have a new board and look forward to our work together. So putting that aside, are there nominations for chair?
This is Kathy Lavoie, and I'd like to nominate John Carroll for our chair for this next biennium. John is capable, focused, and passionate. His leadership is respected, and his commitment is recognized by both friend and foe, a sign of a formidable leader. But at the heart of my nomination is the importance of consistency of our message and our mission. And this is especially critical, I believe, in the legislature at a time in which we hope to reintroduce the principles of S-166. There's a lot to be said about knowing the beast, and in this case, it is the legislature, and I can say that because I was a beast, and I think that it serves us well to have somebody there that is both known and respected. Clarification of the board's roles and responsibilities has been a primary mission for John, and at this time that is more than appropriate. Finalizing that will create the foundation upon which we take our next steps, which is strategic vision and planning, and certainly something he promises and I personally will hold him to. I hope that you can support me in my nomination for John as chair. I think that it sets the stage for another great 2 years with a lot of work that we can accomplish and garner us great more respect in the public and with the legislature. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Jen, I see that your hand is raised.
Yes. I'd like to nominate Kim Gleason for chair. I think I've had the opportunity to work with Kim on the board as we were nominated and elected into the board chair together. And through collaboration with Kim on committee work and within the board structure, I think Kim has the ability to unify the board in moving towards the strategic vision and planning that needs to happen in terms of bridging the consistency of the work that's already been done. I think she has a firm understanding of where we are as a board, and I really want Kim to be able to have the opportunity here to speak for herself too, and I think she's prepared to do so. So when it's appropriate, I can clearly articulate her vision here. Thanks.
Thank you, Jenna. Are there any other nominations for the position of chair? Okay, hearing none, I will close the nominations and afford each candidate the opportunity to speak for 5 minutes. I think it makes sense, Kim, to ask you to go first and then have John as the incumbent follow. So when you're ready, you have 5 minutes.
Sure, thank you. I hope not to necessarily take that long, but with all due respect and appreciation for John and his investment of time, especially on rules and appeals, I really would like to offer a vision of our work together that provides for transparency and collaboration while we plan our work together. I feel confident that we can build our capacity as a board for the full scope of our work. And within our legislative responsibilities, we have the commitment to a strategic vision for the future of education, a responsibility to be reporting on the outcomes for students, and attention to the education equity, excellence, and efficiency. I'd be honored to lead that work, but to do so in collaboration, in planning with a vice chair, We are really fortunate to be a board of committed people from diverse backgrounds and experiences, and it gives us an opportunity to really capitalize on our strengths. If we clarify what we understand our roles to be as board members on this particular board and what our responsibilities are and our goals, we can work on a plan that gets us there, and we could really steal back and preserve time on our agenda for our shared priorities. And I think it's critically important that given the complicated accountability structure of the State Board of Ed and the Agency of Education, it's really imperative that we find ways to collaborate and work effectively together to move our work forward. I believe we share a commitment to education, and I know that we can improve our transparency and accountability to one another on our board and among our important partners, including the secretary and legislators. I can envision our work as having opportunities to discuss responsibilities and goals, build an annual work
Dad just called
plan.
through and I told him it was connected.
Sorry, we have sorry to interrupt, but we have somebody on the phone who's not muted. So Maureen, if you can hunt them down and mute them.
There's a few. I'm muting. Sorry about that.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We could build an annual work plan that reflects our priorities. We can consider standing committees to lean into our areas of interest and hold ourselves accountable through regular monitoring of our practice, support for new board members and students, and space for student voice, and all of our voices at the table, and opportunity for regular board meeting feedback that can be incorporated into future agenda work when the chair and the vice chair collaborate together on that. It would allow us to, I think, create a welcoming and inclusive culture of collaboration for all board members and stakeholders that engage with our work. And I think in doing this around our own practice, we can build a structure so that our work is intentional, strategic, productive, and sustainable. And I would really look forward to collaborating with the vice chair to lead this work. I've had a lot of opportunities to lead and testify in the legislature with John, with Peter, to craft our report out of our engagement with the public on proficiency-based learning. I've thoroughly enjoyed being a liaison with the Act 173 group and leading that subcommittee work to consensus. I've treasured my time working with our students and my, discussed lifetime traveling with Sabina, but more importantly, really hearing from them the broader student voice and their interest in leaning into bringing that to our work. And I've really enjoyed getting to know Oliver and Jennifer more in our committee work on independent school rules. And I think if we think about the pockets of our work and construct our work together in smaller working groups that comes back together to share what we know and learn and care about with the full board, we have an opportunity to really build capacity and sustainability. I'm really grateful and deeply committed to this work, and I know all of you are as well. And I imagine that we can do more without necessarily spending more time, but just really doing our time together differently. I would be honored to work collaboratively and transparently on this effort and lead this effort, especially in partnership with the vice chair. So thank you.
Thank you, Kim. John, let me reset my timer here. When you're ready, you have 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I wrote to you all yesterday and outlined to you what I think we've accomplished together, which has been significant and not easy. We've had to push really hard to build consensus around the rules for special education. I'm really very pleased with the work that so many people have done, the advisory group, Emily Simmons of the agency, Kim Gleason's small working group, certainly Megan Roy and Marilyn Mahusky and others. I just feel really proud of what we have done. I think it's fair to say that no state board has ever been as inclusive and transparent in its rulemaking process as we have, and that's really important. It's why one of the main reasons we exist is to be a bridge between Montpelier and the people in the communities who do the actual education of our children. We've also worked really hard to try to straighten out duties and responsibilities between us and the state board, the Agency of Education. And of course, the main purpose of that is to free up time so that we can start to kind of look out across the horizon and play a role in shaping public conversations about the new direction of education. I mean, a simple example is we've learned so much about what works well and what does not work well with remote learning. But remote learning can be, in the future, a really powerful tool for small schools that don't have the ability to offer a full range of curriculum because of their size, and we could use virtual learning, remote learning, much more effectively to help those smaller schools that want to remain with us in Vermont. So I don't want to take a lot of your time other than to say that it's been an honor and sometimes a lot of fun, other times just a lot of hard work to serve as your chair, and I would be grateful for the opportunity to serve you in this next biennium. Many thanks to each of you.
Great. Thank you, John. At this point, I believe that we are ready for the roll call for the election of the position of chair. Oh, Sabina?
Am I able to comment on something, or is there no further discussion?
There's no.
Yeah, there's no further discussion allowed under the rules.
So, Maureen, would you call the roll, please?
Yes.
And again, just in reverse alphabetical order.
Yes. So Samuelson?
My vote is for John.
Olson?
My vote is for John.
O'Farrell?
Your vote is for Kim.
Lovett?
You're on mute, John, or Tom.
Tom Lovett? Tom?
Trying.
Okay. There you are.
Oh, there we go. Okay. John.
Lavoy?
John?
Jepson?
Tom was just keeping us in suspense. John.
Gleason?
Myself, Kim.
Brochu?
Kim.
Carol?
I'll do the awkward thing and vote for myself.
Agreed.
6-2. John?
I believe it's 6
No,
to
6 to 3. Sorry, 6 to 3.
Madam Chair?
So, John, I'll pass the gavel back to you. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I would just say to you all, thank you for your endorsement of my continued service. And I would say to Kim and Sabina and Jenna, if you know me at all, you know I don't carry grudges, and there's no price to be paid for voting. And in fact, I admire your courage, all of you, and my sense of it is we move forward together, better, I hope. There's certainly ways I can be a better chair, and I will work at that and try, as I always do, to be really inclusive and really transparent. I might say from a distance now, I would suggest that we take a recess at this time if there is no objection. Otherwise, is there objection to taking a 5-minute recess?
So before we get to that, John, Kim had her hand up and wanted to speak.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Of course.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank you all for hearing me out, and thank you, John, for your willingness to serve. And I hope that we will return to these conversations because I really think they are important for our work together as a board, and discussing the notion of us working and leaning into each of our interests and structuring ourselves a little differently. Know that I continue to be deeply committed to this work, and I would love to find space to help lead reconsiderations of our practice together as a board. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Kim.
Congratulations, John.
Thank you, Kim. That's very kind.
Lyle,
so board members
raised.
Pardon?
Excuse me. Lyle also has his hand raised.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Why don't you continue, please, to stay in the chair until I just think it's just going to be very awkward for me to try to conduct this meeting by phone. I would be happy to, if the board is comfortable with this, I'd be happy to turn the chair to the vice chair, and I can stand by and see if I can get back online. Is that all right with you, board members?
All right, being thrown into the deep end of the pool here.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. Lyle.
Just briefly, I appreciate Kim's comments, and if those comments were not all written in what you sent out, could you add any pieces that were not there? Because we need to consider the points very carefully that you brought up. Thank you for that.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
So it is 10:39. Why don't we take a 5-minute break, and then we will resume at, let's just call it 10:45, with item C on the agenda. So mute your cameras or turn off your cameras, mute your phones. Thank you. Okay, so I believe we are ready to proceed with item C on the agenda. Are there any amendments to the agenda?
Madam Chair. I'm going to suggest, just as a reminder, because the board has sort of renewed itself and we're starting fresh, all of the committees and committee appointments from the last biennium have expired. So we should add an agenda item, I would suggest, as the immediate next agenda item to...
I'm sorry, let me just interrupt you, Oliver. We're getting really bad feedback. Can everyone please make sure they're muted? Thank you. Continue.
Yep. So the next agenda item I'm going to propose is that we consider reappointing the prior committees with the members who are still on the board. So that at this time I would move to amend the agenda to add a topic to handle committee reappointments.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. So Jenna has seconded. Is there any discussion? I'm wondering, Oliver, do you have a suggestion as to where in the agenda we should put this?
I would do it immediately after this.
Okay.
And just to give everybody, when we get to that agenda item, I'm simply going to propose that we reappoint the committees as they were previously constituted.
Great. Okay. Any other discussion?
I just wanted to clarify, Oliver, I think that I'm assuming that the work of my subcommittee, which was, we are about to move out of that part of the work, no longer exists. So I'm thinking, I just want to clarify what subcommittees you're talking about, because I only knew there to be two. Yours on independent school rules and mine on the Act 173 related rules. Is there something else?
I believe that's correct, but I think the safest thing is just to leave your committee in place so that you have the opportunity if you need to go back and make adjustments. That way you have the ability to convene that committee if you need to. Otherwise, we'll be in an awkward situation where there's no committee and you don't have the ability to convene it until we have another meeting to formally approve the committee. So I think that would just afford you the most flexibility.
I was hoping I was done. Just kidding. I was pretty sure we're going to move these rules today. So
Yeah,
anyway, nonetheless,
hopefully we will, but
that's totally fine. Makes sense.
All right. Thank you. Any other discussion? Okay. Hearing none, are we ready for the motion to amend the agenda to include the reconstitution of the committees that existed in the prior 2-year biennium? Maureen, would you call the roll, or can we just?
I think just voice vote, yeah.
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any nays? Okay, the ayes carry. Oliver?
Alrighty. So now at this time, I would move to reappoint the committees of the state board that existed in the prior biennium with the same composition of members.
Thank you. Is there a second? I'll second. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? All right, the ayes carry. Thank you, Oliver. All right, the next item is the consent agenda, and the only item is the adoption of the minutes. Is there a motion to adopt them?
At this time, I would move to adopt the consent agenda.
Thank you. A second, please.
Second.
Thank you. Are there any revisions? Okay, hearing none, I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
That is the motion. That's
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So we can just vote.
Yes.
Sorry. All right. So everyone in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? All right. Thank you very much. The ayes carry. Next up, we have any board announcements and the student report. So let's start first. Are there any board announcements? Okay. Sabina and Angelita, if you have a student report.
Yeah. So I believe most of you besides Tom and Lyle had received an email with the survey link, and I appreciate for those of you that sent it out. Thank you. We have started receiving responses from, and I'm going to continue to reach out to principals, individually and try to get as many responses as we can, because this is such an important topic, I think, and is a new conversation that's being had in education around student well-being and how are kids doing mentally with the pandemic, especially with the isolation that comes with, the inability to be attending school the same way as we did before. So thank you all, and thank you to everyone on this board who has been so great about student voice. And I just feel that I really am heard and listened to by everyone on this board. And so thank you all, and I appreciate that. I also do have to leave around 12 to go take my AP Chem test. So just keep my eye on that.
Thank you, Sabina. Angelita, did you have anything that you wanted to add?
Yeah, sure. Just again, thank you so much for spreading the word about our survey. In terms of me and the survey, so far I've just been kind of pushing to have our survey at our school, but there was some minor concern with our principal and the survey, which one of the edits that we made, we fixed, so she approved, but then it kind of ended up being something like, thank you for revising it for us, and she was like, you're welcome, and then nothing was ever said on whether she was going to spread this survey or not, and I'm just minorly worried that it would be too pushy, but so I'm working that out to spread the survey at our school. And then just something else is community council, we were given $10,000 from our district. to do with it as we please. And we are pushing and collaborating with students at our school to try and find out what resources our students would like, any materials that are needed, and just anything that kids at our school would like to see change. And hopefully that $10,000, obviously there's only so far we can go with it, but I think I'm certainly learning a lot about budgeting and money within the district, especially now that we have this money and planning and getting all that done. So I have a lot more respect for people that handle all the money within a district. But yeah, that not too big of an update, but yeah.
That's pretty exciting news. Thank you. Jenna, I see that your hand is raised.
It was. Monday night, I attended Bernie Sanders did a youth town hall, and there were students who spoke, about 5 students from across the state of Vermont, and they really spoke around the same issues that you guys highlighted in your survey. So your survey is really, you're asking relevant questions, and I think you'll hopefully get a broad response from across the state, because the issues you highlighted are certainly echoed from your peers in other areas as well. So I just wanted to congratulate you on your efforts and really summarizing key focus points for youth and being able to capture everyone's voice. Thank you.
Great. All right. Thank you all. Anything else on that item? Okay. At this point, if there's public that wishes to be heard, I would say please identify yourself. Oliver, yes.
Yeah, it's our custom to for members of the public to sign in and identify themselves in a normal meeting. So I would ask Madam Chair if you could go through the folks on the phone and online and ask them to identify themselves. That would be helpful.
Okay. Thank you. So anyone, regardless of whether they wish to speak or not, please identify yourself. Maureen, are there other people who have joined the call?
There are. They probably need to take a few minutes to unmute. I believe that's *6.
Can I ask sort of I don't know if this, Oliver, you can tell me, is it a point of order? Is it a just procedure? Could they simply message Maureen or put it in the chat to save us time? And I'm just not sure.
Because a lot of them are dialed in. I mean,
it's important for the minutes, right?
Yeah, they're dialed in on the phone, many of them, so they can't participate in the chat.
Oh, got it. Okay.
This is Sean. I'm sorry. This is Sean Marie on 802-233-0381, and I would like to speak under public comment.
Okay. You may. Thank you.
Hi. I was at your last board meeting, and I just wanted to sort of reference a point of order. Under last month's meeting, under Chair's report, as it says this month, it says discuss. And last month, there was a motion brought forward that was clearly thought about ahead of time and then voted on, and it was not put on the agenda, or was it put on, like Oliver Olson just did, to add a topic to the agenda. So I'm just pointing out that the citizens watching might see that you have discussion and vote on your agenda, which typically indicates what's happening. And so or the agenda to be added. And then on the motion that was voted, I know it was not 100% unanimous, but I do believe that censoring the board or giving the board full authority to only speak and to speak in opposition to something is not terribly democratic. So those are my comments, along with, I had thought that the new appointees, welcome, had to be appointed and consented by the Senate. And in addition, in my experience of 6 years on the board, typically the Secretary of Education ran the board until the chair was made. So I just would like to make those comments for the record, and I look forward to watching the rest of the meeting and hearing about the two different bills that are going, or rules that are going forward. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I just want to respond to something that former board member Sean Marie Oler stated, and that was regarding the practice of the secretary leading the organizational meeting. As I noted earlier, there's been inconsistent practice, and in fact, at the March 17th, 2015 meeting, at which Ms. Oler was present and voting, the practice at that time was that the chair of the board of the prior biennium actually led that meeting and conducted the elections as the presiding officer. And Ms. Oler was present and voting at that meeting.
Thank you. Dan, I see that your hand is raised. But you're muted.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I missed the election part, but Sean Ray's question, I don't know if you addressed previously, but it's not required that the Senate confirm the individuals before them taking their office. So that's in statute. So happy to provide that reference if necessary.
Thank you. Other members of the public?
I would like to speak if possible.
Okay, could you please identify yourself?
Yes, my name is Life Lagueros. I live in Duxbury, Vermont. Should I proceed?
Yes, please.
Thank you very much. I'm hoping to speak to the issue of standardized testing this spring in Vermont in K-12 schools. Just to give a little background, I have a doctorate in education. I worked in a state agency of Massachusetts for 8 years in the Accountability Office as well as the Curriculum Instruction Office. I was the director of statewide math initiatives. I now work in Vermont with UVM for the last 5 years with middle schools across the state. So I have quite a bit of experience in schools, theoretically, and understanding what these tests are good for and not good for. And right now we're looking at a situation where the state is requiring schools to give the test, and we have no opt-out provision for families. Many other states in this country do. At least a third allow parents to say, this test is not right for my child at this time. And particularly in this year, I think it's really important that we do have one. I've not been able to make headway contacting the AOE, et cetera. So I'm hoping that the state board can do something. I just will note that in addition to the strange circumstances and the tough times we find ourselves in with the pandemic, the tests this year are going to be more flawed than usual. There's a memo from the Agency of Education on December 15th that talks about this. It talks about the fact that according to the vendors, the reporting on these tests will be delayed, even later than usual. The tests will not be comparable to past years or to future years. They don't expect to reach the 95% participation threshold. The test will not be used for accountability, will not be useful for accountability, most likely. And it actually says they probably won't be reported. It says, quote, our vendors have also communicated that the quality of the test, the data resulting from assessments this year, reliability, validity, et cetera, is uncertain, and we may not be able to use data from our ELA, math, and science assessments in traditional ways for local or federal reporting. Which leaves me with the question, why are we doing this? The tests are flawed, this year in particular. If we are looking to understand whether our students are behind, quote unquote, it's pretty obvious that they've been through a lot and that these scores are probably going to show some sort of dip. But again, validity and reliability wise, they will not be useful for any sort of in-depth analysis or to inform teachers. So again, the AOE in recovery work has identified 3 focus areas: social emotional functioning, mental health and well-being, student engagement, and academic achievement. And only that last one, academic achievement, is even possibly connected to these tests. But again, since they are flawed, we are actually taking away learning time for the preparation and the administration of these tests. So just thinking that my work with middle schools around Act 77, for example, there was a law put in place for equity to try to engage students more. Problems of equity we have in our state, both K-12 and post-secondary. Something like these tests goes in complete contradiction to that. They're rooted in eugenics and a logic of ranking and sorting students. And so when we're looking at where we're trying to go after the pandemic, we're kind of in this gut check moment. And I'm really, really hoping that the state board can provide some leadership on this and say, yeah, if we really care about well-being, social emotional functioning, student engagement, relationships, community, making up for lost learning time, outdoor learning possibilities that are going to be available to us as spring springs, then we should allow families the option to opt out of these tests.
Right.
This should be a general rule, but certainly for this year. So I'll just say that, can I finish, please? I'm sorry, I didn't know if there was a time limit.
Well, it's my fault because I should have mentioned at the outset that
I'm sorry.
We typically no, that's fine. It's my fault. But we typically allow people a couple of minutes. So
Oh, okay.
Not to rush you,
Sorry.
but
I should have put a timer. I totally understand. So I would just say at the end that I trust my local schools to make alternative arrangements for my kids. I have kids in the system. Right now, their hands are tied without any opt-out provision. So I would hope that you could trust them as well. Trust teachers to know what's going on with kids better than a test that we won't get results for many months and that won't be valid anyway. And I just hope that you can show that you care about student well-being and support families to work with schools as we try to come out on the other side of this pandemic in a way that honors our children as whole human beings. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other members of the public? Maureen, is there anyone else on the call?
There are a few numbers there I don't recognize.
So members of the public who have not spoken, if you could just please identify yourselves. Maureen, could you identify the phone numbers, please?
Not sure I got the last number. I think it was 23303 one that was just speaking. 586-2588. 522-7683.
Okay. Well, hearing nothing further, we will move to item G. The chair, well, we will not move to item G because the chair is not here.
No, he's back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I am back, and I could do a very brief chair's report if you like.
Sure. Oh, hi.
Thank you. Boy, that was really strange. I thought the gods were angry. It turns out that our fiber optic system went down. Very unusual. Anyway, let me be very brief about the chair's report because we're kind of behind schedule and we're holding some people up. And I certainly want to give Dan an opportunity to speak and maybe to comment upon what we just heard.
John, can I pass back the baton back to you? Or
if you don't mind for now.
Sure.
But stand by. So very briefly, I just want to fill you in on sort of what your chair has been working on As you can imagine, there's been a great deal of work with our attorney in connection with the hearings of the tuition appeals, denials. Most of you, but not all of you, are members of the hearing panel, and you've received lots and lots of instruction from our very excellent attorney, Bridget Acey, as well as some from me. 2 board members are conflicted out, and that was been determined by those board members in consultation with the attorney. Second, I want to just mention that I've been working some at the request of the legislature on some bills that are moving through the House and Senate committees on education. The House Committee on Education has been working on a bill with regard to state aid to construction. It used to be a very robust program in this state. It's fallen in abeyance for a couple of decades. And I testified to the committee about the piece of that by law includes the state board. There's a piece called the Capital Outlay Financing Formula, which is a document owned and prepared by the State Board of Education as part of our authority over rulemaking. And that formula needs to be updated. But the formula basically specifies how many square feet for various activities in the school, how many square feet you need to store potatoes and stuff like that. I mean, it's a lot of detail. And also, it specifies what are allowable construction costs per square foot. Those rules have not been updated for well over a decade. And clearly, construction costs have changed a whole lot, and so have even national and state standards about facilities, especially ventilation and environmental considerations. So it is the board's duty to update this capital outlay formula. And this bill provides for that, and it also provides that the Agency of Education will update a whole lot of other documents that it has jurisdiction over in preparation for the resumption of state aid to capital construction. In testifying before the committee, I explained that the work to do this capital aid outlay formula is very, very technical, and it's far beyond the competence of the board and would require outside consultation from engineering architectural firms. And I said we'd be happy to do this, but we have a very limited budget, and I estimated approximately $100,000. That estimate was confirmed by Truex Collins, who is a very well-respected architectural firm in the state. And so an appropriation of $100,000 is included in the bill regarding state capital aid. There's also an appropriation of, I think, almost a couple $1 million for the State Board of Agency of Education, which has a great deal of work to do as well. Second one is weighting factors. S13, which was introduced by the former chair of Senate Appropriations, sets up a task force on implementation of the pupil weighting factors. There are several different approaches. The House has a different approach going on that's much more ambitious. The Senate's approach is slightly more tentative in the sense that it proposes a study group, in effect, to make a recommendation in the next legislative session. And that group consists of a lot of heavy hitters, somebody from the Senate Committee on Finance, somebody from the Senate Committee on Education, somebody from the House Committee on Ways and Means, House Education, the heaviest hitter of all being the Secretary of Education, and tagging along at the end is the chair of the State Board of Education, or designee. So that would probably be a summer study group that would pull together a recommendation that's informed, if you will, by people who know about our tax structures, people who know about education and how it's funded, and the secretary who knows about just about all of those things, and the chair of the state board. But so if S13 is adopted in the House more or less as it is, the board will have an opportunity to be weighing in on the weighting factors, which was something that I think you all have been quite concerned about. Just so I'll just leave it there. Later on in the day, if we have a chance, I'll update you on other legislative initiatives that may come to us. Oh, and I should say, also, definitely right down the pike at the April and May meetings will be to receive the request of the town of Ripton to withdraw from the Edison County School District. And those of you who have been veterans of the board have been through this with Halifax, you will recall, last October. And we are faced with a similar situation where a school district that merged voluntarily and is therefore in compliance with Section 724 of statute can apply. And as you recall, the board has a very limited criterion that it will apply. It's pretty straightforward. There's not much room for any discretion. They either do or do not comply with the requirements of 724. So we'll see that in April. I'll stop there. And perhaps if you'd like, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, I would be happy to turn the agenda back to you.
All right. Thank you, John. So I think we're skipping over the break since we already took it. Dan, if you are ready, we can move on to the Secretary's report.
I think Kim has her hand up.
Yeah, Kim.
I just wanted to, I was wondering if, is it okay to ask a couple questions of where we are on some of those legislative things? Just wondering, and John, you would probably, somebody would know better than I would. The idea that we are asking for money to be involved in rules where we, even in the earlier versions, agreed it isn't a rule that we should oversee. I just wonder to what extent it is possible within something the legislature could do to assign that rule to the agency within the construct of what they're doing in law. My concern is $100,000 outlay for us to engage with an architect doesn't build capacity for the implementation of those changes, where if the agency is overseeing the rules for that purpose, they will likely need to hire and have the capacity within them. And then that money invested to hire for that analysis builds capacity at the agency.
I would just comment that this is not a situation where you would hire architects of the caliber of Truex Collins as employees of the agency. This expertise is very expensive. And frankly, folks in a firm such as that wouldn't probably be interested in a position at the agency. So this is not, the agency would have to hire Truex Collins to do this, and so would we. It's not a capacity building opportunity. The agency will build capacity for its responsibilities under the rule, and that's why it has been given some additional funding for that purpose. Yes, you're right that in the proposal that we made in S-166, all of this would appropriately be at the agency. At this point, I'm uneasy about piecemeal reallocation of rules until we have a consensus with the agency, and we simply do not have a consensus. The agency has recently proposed to take all rulemaking authority to itself. That would essentially eviscerate the state board and any significant authority that it had, and radically change the role and function of the state board. So my recommendation to the board is to let's get an agreement on S-166 where the board is satisfied with the allocation of rules rather than any piecemeal transition at this point. So
I guess
can we
if I
just
may, I
contemplate
just
this further at this point?
I think I would ask that we discuss this further than around the legislative piece, because I think holding on to a rule that we know we don't add value to and getting into the middle of that process because we aren't in agreement on something else is biting off our nose to spite our face and not doing the best we can for whatever capacity comes out of the appropriate body building the rules. So I would just ask that if we can, it's fine if there's another part of the meeting that's more appropriate. I would like us to be able to have that conversation as a board.
Yeah, we can take that up under legislative agenda.
Thank you.
So back to you, Madam Vice Chair.
Sorry, thank you. Any other comments with regard to the chair's report? Okay, hearing none. Dan, I think we're now ready for the secretary's report.
Thank you. And once again, welcome to the new board members. Apologize for missing the election section of the meeting. And just so you're aware, I'm a non-voting member of the board. It's not that I'm not following the business closely. It's just that I'm not a non-voting. I am a non-voting member. In terms of my report, as I have in the last several months, I'll largely focus on sort of some observations and updates on the COVID response, and then open it up if you have any more specific questions. I'll start off on SBAC since the member of the public had raised that question. I was planning on mentioning that as well because I do have some news in that regard. So firstly, just to correct the record, the state is not requiring the test. The federal government is requiring the test. So we were hoping and certainly looking forward to the opportunity not to give the test for many of the reasons that the caller mentioned, but that's not going to be the case. So the federal government is providing a waiver of some of the testing provisions, but not providing a waiver of the test itself. So once again, the federal law, the federal government is requiring these tests to be administered in the spring. So what we have before us now is the opportunity for a limited waiver of some of the testing provisions, and that's what we're exploring right now, namely a waiver of the accountability provision, since we too have concerns about the validity of the data due to the variety of learning experiences that students have encountered through the COVID response. So we likely will submit a waiver from the accountability provisions. What that means specifically is the first piece, the 95% participation rate, which is a requirement of law. To my knowledge, under ESSA, the federal law, there is no opt-out allowance. We see that movement around the country, and particularly under the previous law, No Child Left Behind Act, but under ESSA, there is no such provision. So we don't have a policy on that because the law doesn't provide for it. But the law does require a 95% participation rate, and that's an area we likely will seek a waiver of, meaning that schools are required to have 95% of their students participate in the test. And so we'll be probably seeking a waiver of that requirement. And then similarly, a waiver of the accountability provision, so how the data would come over and be utilized for the identification of schools in need of additional support and so forth. We still have to provide a response to that. But once again, we are going to be concerned with the validity of the data for inferential decision making, if you will. So it's likely that we will proceed with that waiver request. That waiver request process is a very consolidated process. It's essentially a checklist form. Once we finalize our decision making on that, we are required to go through a public comment period. So I expect you'll see that advertised. The agency has to run that. It's not something that goes to the board per se. But once we make decision on that waiver template form, we'll be advertising a public comment period and then go from there. So I think that's all I have to say on SBAC. I will say, just in the broader COVID response, I'm sure you're aware now that we've started a program to vaccinate all school staff. So a significant logistical undertaking that started last week. It's going fairly well, and the idea there is to focus on our goal of getting kids back to school more for in-person instruction. So our program vaccination is defined by those individuals that work inside the school or are contractors that are in the school on a daily basis. So just to be clear, it's not based on teachers per se, it's whoever's in the building basically. So if you're an administrative assistant, if you're a contractor who's involved with food service, bus driver, contractor, so forth, you're all eligible for vaccination. So that's going fairly well. It's a very complex undertaking. It requires several different types of vaccination clinics. So we have mass vaccination sites, we have school-based sites, we have National Guard run sites, we have health department, district office sites. So it's really an all hands on deck endeavor. And it's largely driven by the increase in vaccine. So we're able to move in that way. We had a significant increase in our vaccination supply around the end of February. This led us to the sort of next level. Just from a policy perspective, if you follow the press conferences, the governor foreshadowed that on this Friday, he's going to be announcing sort of the rest of the game plan, if you will, for vaccination, which is a return to sort of the age band approach. And again, all good news there. I think the vaccination supplies, we have stability in the projections, and we feel, and the governor feels confident that he's able to sort of lay out that plan for the remaining part of the spring. So we'll be seeing the age band process resurrected. Not to say it hasn't been in place, but it'll move forward under that sort of concept, and we'll move forward very, very quickly, which is good news for everyone. The last piece I'd mentioned since we last met, the big news is the new federal dollars. They're coming in to support what we're terming the recovery phase. So as you might be aware, there's a major federal appropriation in law, the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, and underneath that there's significant funding for education, largely through a program called ESSER, which I might have mentioned before. ESSER is the Elementary Secondary Education or Emergency Relief, which was created under the Coronavirus Relief Act last spring, and it's been a vehicle for continued appropriation from the federal government. So previously, last spring, under the ESSER program, Vermont received about $31 million in ESSER, what we call ESSER 2, which came out in December, late December. Vermont received $127 million, and now under the ARPA ESSER, what we're calling ESSER 3, Vermont K-12 education will receive about $290 million. So significant increase in federal dollars, which will be welcome. 90% of that program has to be allocated directly to school districts, so we call the LEAs. The state can set aside a bit of the money for COVID-related efforts. And to the chair's previous comment on some of the ideas in the legislature around new initiatives, whether it be literacy or school construction, there's sort of a concerning trend right now that they're allocating the state set-aside ESSER funds, which are for COVID relief, for a variety of different programs, with, in my view, not really considering, firstly, is it relevant to the COVID relief as required by federal law? And secondly, perhaps not acknowledging the strategic nature of these funds. These funds, for the most part, like ESSER 3, goes out till 2023. So there's appears to be some interest in spending all that money right now when we really don't fully appreciate the student need relative to recovery. And the federal funds are designed to be rolled out over time precisely because no one really at this point understands the full magnitude of issues like learning loss and so forth. So anyway, those are sort of the big pieces that I'd highlight as part of the COVID relief. I'd be happy to talk about other issues relative to the COVID response or any other issues that you might have if you have questions.
Thank you. Let me just say, what I've seen sort of my parent hat and member of the community, the response from teachers and staff of being able to be vaccinated has been enormous. There seems to be an awful lot of relief, gratitude, joy. So thank you for, finding a way to prioritize that. And then both of my high schoolers were actually able last week to volunteer at one of the vaccination clinics as part of their community service. And I think that there too is really helpful from a psychological mental health aspect, because it allows people to feel like we're moving in the right direction. There's opportunities to work together as a community. So thank you. Lyle, I see that your hand is up.
Thank you, Jennifer. Dan, is there any discussion or guidance available on summer educational options for learning loss incurred by all students, I guess, at this point?
Yeah, I think the larger issue of the summer kind of is now being situated in the context of reopening the state. So part of what's happening, to frame this out, I think today maybe we're on the year anniversary when we shut down our school system. And if you remember what that time frame was like, really rapid decision making. We didn't know much about the virus. We're learning about it from unfortunate situations in places like Italy and so forth, but really, really rapid decision making through those first several months. And then we were finally able to catch our breath a little bit somewhere around June 1 and actually begin planning for reopening schools in the fall. So that sort of pivot at that moment to do all that logistical planning to reopen the schools and to essentially sustain those operations through the holiday period, arguably the most challenging period from a contagion standpoint. So similarly now, we're about to embark on a separate pivot, which is sort of concluding our emergency response. And to Jen's observation, a lot of joy in this work, but it's very complex to wind these things down. So what we're doing is doing a lot of projection of the intersection of vaccination, the broader sort of infection rates, and when sort of these things come together to, I'll say, call herd immunity, but to a place where we can go back to normal. So that trajectory has to be mapped out across all sectors of guidance, including education. But then we have the special emphasis on knowing that summer is a significant opportunity for students in many ways, and not just academic, but probably more importantly from a connection standpoint or a social emotional standpoint. So there's active planning going on that sort of larger reopening of the state and how things will come together from an epidemiological standpoint. For example, to what extent will people have to wear masks, and at what point is distancing and so forth be reduced. Meanwhile, we have an active planning activity cross agencies, not just the Agency of Education, about summer camps. Certainly education has a seat at that table, looking at all the resources that might be brought to bear. And we also know that in the federal dollars in particular, there's a mandatory set aside for summer programming. So districts will have funding. The state's going to have some funding on it as well. So all those things are sort of coming together. So what I tell many of the superintendents and the principals is that sometime after April 1st, we'll start to articulate out sort of in education what that sort of glide path looks like for end of year celebrations, summer activities, and so forth. But I just want to alert you that it's all part of a larger construct to sort of bring us back to normal in the next several months. So it's fairly complex planning, but we should know more in April. Short answer, I guess.
Thank you for that. And it's a real Rubik's Cube of planning. So
yeah,
we all very much appreciate everything the teachers are going through and the students are going through. Thank you for your work.
Kathy, you have your hand up.
Yes, Dan, I have a few questions. First, could you clarify on the $290 million in which we have through 2023 to spend down? Are you saying that the 90% of that has to go to LEAs? Are you saying that the other 10% is the money that the legislature is eager to spend down, or are they trying to get a grab at the LEA, the other 90%?
Yeah, you've characterized the 90-10 is important, just to start with that. So we're talking about the ESSER program. I will say under the larger ARPA, the American Rescue Plan Act, the legislature is going to have a large pot of money to allocate as part of broader societal relief. But in education, the primary funding is under this ESSER program, and it's a program that was set up last April. It's the same construct. It's like a 90-10 split. 90% of it has to go to school districts directly through the agency of education. There isn't much option there for the legislature to become involved in that because the federal law really prescribes that. What we are looking at is, sort of directing districts to say, here are the 15 permissible uses of these monies. We really strongly encourage you to look at these like 4, areas. I'm just pulling these numbers out of my head. But for example, we might be able to make some progress on things around deferred maintenance and school facilities that are consistent with the legislature's interest in addressing construction and repair, but are also a strategic thing. The money's theirs, and it's also consistent with COVID, so why not try to do something there? But the 10%, the 10% is, it's been to John's observation, this is sort of a murky time with crossover, and we'd spent a lot of time in the policy committees talking about different initiatives, and really up until town meeting, there was no specific funding sources identified with these initiatives, and I could produce a long list of them. I'd throw school construction on it, literacy reform, you name it. There was a long list, and they'd have like different numbers attached to it, but no specific like where's the money coming from. And then I was starting to get a little concerned, and I think I was appropriately concerned because what we're seeing now is sort of this idea that, oh, yeah, we're going to take this out of ESSER funding at the state level without firstly, I think, really understanding the limitations of that from, what does the federal law require? And even the state set aside has to be tagged to COVID relief. And also, generally speaking, under the law, the SEA or the Secretary of Education in each state directs the use of those funds. But we're working with school districts through sort of the recovery planning process to develop those priorities, and we're hoping to have federal dollars available, as have been allocated to us to support strategies that might require intra-school district cooperation or cooperation with the mental health agencies and so forth. And that's exactly what those funds are targeted for. Many of the ideas percolating through the legislature are consistent with those themes, but they're already adding up to more than we have to use through 2023. And they don't consider, for example, inside the state set aside under ESSER 3, 50% of that set aside must be focused on learning loss under ESSER 3. So there are specific sub-limitations. 1% of the state set aside has to be spent on summer programming. Another 1% has to be spent on after-school programming. So, they're not aware of some of those mechanics. And to make it more complicated, there's ESSER 1, 2, and 3. Each ESSER has to be tracked separately, and each has different parameters associated with it. So, we're doing our best to sort of provide that conceptualization to them. But it's a challenging moment right now, no more so than usual, I guess. But they've created a rather lengthy laundry list of new initiatives and programs, and I think their target for funding those programs is the state set aside for ESSER for COVID relief.
Lastly, one question. I am working with some of our local agencies, especially our CTEs, regarding whether or not some community development funds could be used to support that summer learning as an example. But one of the conversations that I had was this idea that we have children that are basically completely removed from the system for whatever reason, and then we have those that it doesn't seem to have affected that much, and whether or not the agency, not just here locally, is actually connected with like human services regarding voc rehab funds, because probably those individual children, if they're identified, are eligible for support through vocational rehabilitation, and that would, number one, not only do the partnering with the people we ought to be, but also pull down funds from another source. And I'm wondering if those conversations are going on as well to meet this need.
Yeah, they are. I mean, it's really this latest tranche of funding is significant. I mean, the American Rescue Plan Act has significant amount of funding coming out of the state. So the ESSER funding the ESSER 3 funding is almost twice as much than what we received under ESSER 2. And there's significant funding coming in across programs. So it is complex, and it's going to require us to, both the executive branch and legislative branch and stakeholder groups to sort of sit down and look at how these funds could best be used. I'll use broadband as an example. So we're all interested in expanding broadband access and connectivity in Vermont. Districts have money under their 90%, that they could certainly deploy that way. It's one of the permissible uses under ESSER. The state, the SEA, the Agency of Education, could also deploy some of its 10% towards broadband and connectivity. Meanwhile, under the broader American Recovery Plan Act, there's a separate allocation for connectivity, and there's a separate allocation for library, broadband, and school connectivity. And there's a separate appropriation for E-rate, which is a mechanism school districts pull down to lower their reimbursement or increase their reimbursement for connectivity. So all these appropriations have to be sort of put on the table, if you will, to sort of understand where those things are, those connections. And to your point about social services or human services, we've created a planning framework, what we're calling the Recovery Planning Framework, and we have regular meetings with our partner agencies because we anticipate precisely these issues emerging. And I think one of our goals is to promote integrated service delivery models between the different agencies. We see that as an effective strategy for a rural state like Vermont. And there are places in our state that on a regional basis need some development more so than other regions. So we need to be able to target those on a regional basis across state government and looking at the different agencies, and to then leverage the funding strategically based on what I think is going to be first an assessment of what students actually need, but then secondly, what is the regional capacity in terms of integrated service delivery model, because it's very unequal right now across the state. So there are places where we're going to have to make more investment, I would suspect, than others to really build out strategically an infrastructure that hopefully will serve us well after the emergency is over.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions or comments for the secretary? Kim, I see your hand raised, but you're muted.
Seems I need to click a couple of times. I was patiently waiting for it to unmute, but I think you mentioned, Dan, the spacing considerations, 3 feet, 6 feet. And as a larger school district, I know we will find ourselves unable to bring students back in our high schools full time, or it's very difficult to imagine how that could happen in the size of our high school without a change in that guidance. So I hope that there are considerations there before expecting that districts are sort of going out there on a limb to do something outside of guidance. It's not the way I think it's not the way districts have been operating, and I think it's not the way the agency has expected districts would operate. So thank you for consideration around that.
We have, for folks know, we have a large guidance document, Safe and Healthy Schools, which is about 40 pages. Again, started with a planning process to reopen schools. And the last time we edited it was in October. In anticipation of the most challenging time period with the holidays and the indoor activity in the winter and so forth. We haven't modified the document since October. So what's going on now, again, to Lyle's question, a part of this sort of larger coordination of guidance across all sectors of our economy, we are looking at edits to our Safe and Healthy Schools guidance as well, that really is going to need to respond to this sort of last phase of the emergency, the reopening phase, if you will. So we're actively working on that. The science is still out sort of on the distancing requirement. So we would not make changes to our guidance to sort of satisfy that political goal. Our political goal is really based on an assessment of the conditions improving. So, that's sort of the other side of it is we're seeing with vaccination projections increasing that we will be in a position for conditions to improve significantly in April, and that districts should be poised for a change in guidance that would allow more distancing. So we try to message that and sort of say, this is the trajectory we're on, so people are prepared, can start thinking about that now. And that's what many districts are doing. They're waiting for the guidance to change, essentially, because we expect the conditions to change. We don't want to wait until May 1st to suddenly say, oh, the conditions are better and the guidance has changed, and now what do we do? We want people to start thinking along those lines now. So as you know, it's hard to pivot the education system in these kinds of situations. So right now, our projections still are holding up that, conditions will improve largely as a function of the vaccination really ramping up. We're seeing the science, as we learn more all the time. Dr. Fauci this weekend basically signaled that the distancing, 6 feet wasn't handed down from God. I mean, it's, there's some, in better part of Europe has been operating with 3 feet. So we're expecting the CDC to move a bit on that. But meanwhile, as we have done all along, we don't necessarily wait for the CDC, but we are parsing through a lot of research and other data. But at this point, we're not inclined to make a change at the meeting today or this week. We expect conditions to improve. We still have a lot of virus activity in the state on a daily basis. We have 10 schools across the state. It's still elevated. We're still about that 100 case count a day, but we do expect that to start falling off pretty dramatically. So we want to be prepared and have the system prepared to make that change. So I think you will see a change in guidance sometime before mid-April.
Great. I think we're a little off schedule here, but Kathy, I see you have your hand raised, and then maybe we can move on to item J.
She's waving us off. We're good to go.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So now we are on to item J, and Oliver, I believe that's you.
Yep, it is. And actually, I think the update will be fairly brief. But before we move to that, I just want to rewind a little bit. I may have misspoken before. And I just want to correct the record. In response to former board member Sean Marie Oler's concern that the Secretary of Education had not presided over the election of the chair, I indicated that there was a meeting in 2015 at which Ms. Oler was present, that the practice at that time was that the secretary did not preside over the election. And I think I may have indicated that she had been voting at that meeting. And I upon reflection, I looked at the minutes, and I just want to correct the record. I can't decipher from the minutes whether she had voted, but she was at the meeting, and she was actually the presiding officer. So I just wanted to correct the record on that score. So turning to the agenda at hand, at our last board meeting, we had some discussion of the draft that the Subcommittee on Independent School Rule Updates has been working on. And there were a few minor suggestions. The committee has met a few times since our last board meeting and made some modest adjustments, which are out on the website. I won't go through them in detail, just in the interest of time, but would happy to entertain any questions on those. And again, I would remind folks that the draft that's out there on the website, the intent is that that these would be attached to the other rules that will be going forward for this first phase of rulemaking that's being initiated under Act 173. And we essentially our mission was to seek opportunities to strengthen the rules in an expeditious manner with consensus, and I am very pleased that our committee did great work. We had great partnership from other stakeholders that we engaged, and we do have consensus on the draft that has been published out on the website, and at this time would entertain any questions.
Lyle, I see that your hand is raised.
Yeah, just quickly, thank you, Oliver. It would appear that, and you may have answered my question, that the interested stakeholders have been at the table. It would appear that the Council on Independent Schools was there, had their questions and concerns taken care of. And this is now the final draft, is that correct?
Yeah, that's a great question. So technically, the Council of Independent Schools has not been at the table. They were invited. They have not participated as a body or did not send any representatives, but we did have a member, excuse me, the executive director of the Vermont Independent Schools Association representing the independent school community.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Can I just add into the discussion some clarification about the timelines that we're working with, especially for the new board members? I want to just give an overview of the various rules that are in process right now and some distinctions. We'll hear shortly on item K about 132360 rules, which are really at their final stage of going to continue in the APA process. On a totally different schedule are changes to Rule 2220. And there are 3 groups that are contributing to the development of these changes. The first is the CBF Advisory Group, which has made a proposal that is essentially final. We gave provisional approval to it. That will need, then the second is the rules rate setting group, which we'll be hearing from after lunch. And then the third is what the report you've just heard from the board's own 2220 committee, which is considering simple changes to 2220 that are not mandated by Act 173. The most important thing to understand is that we are under a hard deadline for completing the preparation of the 2220 rules. And the hard deadline is no later than the 30th of June, may these rules be submitted to ICAR, which is the beginning of the formal rulemaking process. So what we have in all of the chairs and heads of these various groups have this timeline, and you board members do as well. At the next meeting of this board on the 21st of April, we must have from the committee that Oliver just spoke on behalf of, as well as the committee that Emily is going to speak on behalf of, the rate setting group, we must have final proposals for provisional adoption. And in order to ask the vote to give a final or provisional approval, you certainly must have the documents to the board well in advance for them to study. And then once those final approvals are given at the April meeting, all 3 groups, the CBF Advisory Group, the rate setting group, and the non-Act 173 group that we've just heard from, will then have to sit down and integrate their various proposals into a single coherent 2220 rule revision. And that will then need to be presented to the board in May, because we cannot be waiting until June to get this stuff ironed out, since the June meeting is, I think, on the 16th of June. Our goal is to get this integration done in time for the April meeting. So our hope would be that Oliver, your group, can come back to this board well in advance of the next meeting with what you consider to be your best and final proposal. The board will grant provisional approval to that, and then you and the 2 other committees will sit down and knit it together. The same is true for Emily's group. Now, we already have from the CBF Advisory Group a final proposal that we've given provisional approval to. So I hope that, I just want to remind the various committees that we are on a firm schedule and you guys are on the critical path to meeting the legislative obligation that we have. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other questions or comments for Oliver? Okay.
So the only other thing is our Emily Simmons has been representing the agency in our committee and is also acting as our draftsperson. She shared an update that I believe came out of Senate Education. There was a little bit of discussion around some confusion we have with the a provision of Act 173 that created this sort of wonky construct where the generally speaking, it's always been the case that the agency handles investigations and the board adjudicates matters that the agency brings before the board. 173 created this wonky construct where in very limited circumstances, specifically around concerns about financial capacity of an independent school, the board actually has the power and is directed to initiate and conduct an investigation, but then it leaves it in this conflicted position where it also has to sort of adjudicate these matters. So I think everybody has, within our committee, has come to a realization that that's really not a good practice. It seems like that realization may have been reached in Senate Education. So we as a committee thought would be worthwhile suggesting that the board, and I don't think we need to, I don't think there's formal action we need to take, but sort of expresses its sentiment through the chair in any future meetings with the relevant committees of jurisdiction in the House and Senate to ask if there are any vehicles moving that we ask them to consider shifting that responsibility for the initiation and conduct of an investigation over to the Agency of Education, so that the board can remain as a neutral entity to adjudicate any concerns that the agency would bring forth. So that's the general construct that I think I would suggest if people are amenable to that. If there's no objection to that, I would propose that the board sort of express that as a sentiment of the board for the chair to carry forward.
As your chair, I hear what you're saying. I concur with your analysis and would be happy to pick up where the Senate Education Committee left off last week in commenting about this, and at least express to them that the board would be happy to turn over this investigative authority to the agency.
Thank you.
Great. So I think that's it. And unfortunately, I have a conflict and I do need to run, but it sounds like I think we've concluded this agenda item.
Great. Thank you, Oliver.
Great. Thank you all.
All right. So I think we are moving now on to item K, the Rule Series 1300-2360 Committee. And Kim, I'll turn it over to you.
Sure, thank you. We have been reviewing this for quite some time now. There is absolutely nothing new since our previous, I forget how you characterized it, John, like preliminary approval, or there's a different word that you had used at that time. But nonetheless, we voted on the substance of these changes at the last meeting. We have made changes to the title page to incorporate people's names correctly, and there are some form matters that if there were to be, John mentioned putting the seal on each page of the rules. So Emily's with us, so that's terrific. But there are some form matters that may come up before the final filing. I invite any questions you all have. All the changes of substance were made before the last meeting. So I think I'd like to handle it with any questions you have. And then I'd like to make a motion that we consider approval with the chair having the authority to approve the final form changes. Anyone have any questions? I mean, maybe if it's helpful for our new members. Oh, I see John.
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Yes, please.
There were two changes that the state board requested. One was updating of the board members' names. The second was that in the section about consultation with parents, there was language that says that the parents shall have up to 10 days to respond. And the board asked you to remove the two words up to. So has that been done?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. And maybe for the for whatever is helpful for our new members coming into a 200-page document, the 1300 series is around the financial considerations with respect to Act 173, and really didn't come into our body of subcommittee work. Nothing changed about that from the original draft that was filed or that began this public engagement process. I'm going to get the words wrong. Emily, am I misspeaking? I just saw Emily's hand.
The effective date also changed because the 1 year delay to the act itself happened during that time period. Yeah.
Great, thank you. And within 2360, after the public comment period, there were 3 areas that arose that received tremendous feedback that we needed to unpack as a subcommittee and work with the stakeholders to try and reach consensus based on feedback. And those areas were adverse effect, well, aligning our work with federal regulations as best we can, how adverse effect is approached, parental consent, and then some interest in considering how MTSS is referenced within the special ed rules. So we unpacked all of that in this final round that had the consensus of Megan Roy for the special educators and Marilyn Mahusky for, I would say, for parents, and Emily, and we had the support of Jackie Kelleher from the agency as well to have input. So hopefully that brings you as best up to speed as you can on the 200-page document. So are there any questions? Please do let me know what you need me to do next.
It looks like Lyle has a question.
Sorry, just quickly, and maybe this is getting way too far in the weeds, and just stop me and then we can talk offline. But do the changes support reducing the administrative burden and allowing for more flexibility in use of funds?
I believe that was the intent and was in the original draft of the rules. And Megan or Emily, please, let us know if otherwise. Our subcommittee sort of planned our work around the notion of closer alignment with the federal regulations, and in fact, the early work aligned the definition of special ed with federal, as did around adverse effect. We aligned with federal. We also had a goal of trying to enhance transparency and, I guess, the opportunity for consistency across how these rules are implemented, and then to address engagement, parent engagement around this as well. But I think 1300 probably, Emily, got to the use of funds, and that work was the result of the good work of the Act 173 advisory group primarily, and certainly our board helping to facilitate the final filing of that, or the first round of filing. I'm not sure which that would be considered.
Thank you.
Listen, that one's shorter than 200, if that helps at all, Lyle. That one's a little quicker to get through.
Right. That one I did kind of go through quickly, but thank you.
Yes, yeah.
So, John, let me just ask you, Mr. Chair, are we now ready to vote approval of the rules?
Yes, and I believe Kim has language for a motion.
So I apologize. Let me pull that back up. I would like to, I apologize. I thought I had that handy, and there's a whole bunch of things. Here you go. All right. I will move that the State Board of Ed approve the final rules 1300 and 2360 and empower the chair to work with the AOA staff to make any necessary changes to form, which might include further potential typos, formatting issues, cover pages, and logos, before presenting the final document to LCAR.
All right. We've heard the motion. Is there a second? I'll second. Any discussion? Okay.
I would, if I may, just offer my gratitude and the board's gratitude first to Megan Roy and Marilyn Mahusky and the Census-Based Funding Advisory Committee, which has labored on this for nearly 2 years. And also thanks to agency staff, in particular Emily Simmons, who has provided the drafting support and guidance. Also, Judy Cutler's been, I think, involved. And also, I think, thanks to parents and even students who testified to our boards and committees. Some of the student testimony was very powerful and very important. So this has been an enormously collaborative and extensive undertaking. I thank Kim and her committee at the end for sorting through some so tenacious and conflicting differences between agency practice and LEA practice and what parents in particular and advocates were looking for. This is a really heroic undertaking. And I think, I hope that all of us keep in mind that a lot of people have been working on this behind the scenes, out of view of this board for almost 2 years. And it's a huge achievement. And I thank Emily and Kim and Megan and Marilyn in particular for their work on this.
And Madam Chair, and because I'm new to this whole thing, I want to let you know why I would be voting in favor of it. It's because I reviewed the minutes and saw the work that John was just describing, and obviously it's been there's been a lot of heavy lifting. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we've had the motion. It's been seconded. Are we ready for the vote? Okay. All those in favor of the motion as presented by Kim, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, no opposition. Motion carries. Thank you. And thank you for all of your hard work on this. I know it's been enormous.
Thank you, Emily. It has been an amazing partner on this work because we all, I think, I'm sure, are well aware that each time we say, let's make these changes, those are, Emily, let's make these changes. So thank you very much. We come at you from all ends.
All right, wonderful. So I think we are now ready to move on to item L, if Megan Roy is here.
I am, yep. Hi, folks. So I'm Megan Roy, the chair of the Census-Based Funding Advisory Group, and I don't have a lot to say about the rules. This is the set of 2200 series that does not relate to rate setting that the board gave preliminary approval to last month. So I'm happy to entertain questions, but.
Megan, and I think I know the answer to this, but in 2231.1, when we're talking about costs, it uses the term independent schools in item B, and approved independent schools in item C. And are those all approved independent schools, or only the therapeutic approved schools that is talked about in 2231.1?
I believe it's all, but Emily, I'm going to let you respond to that.
Hi, Tom. I'm double checking the text. In 2231, written agreements required. That's any approved independent school. And the same goes for 2231.2. That would be any publicly funded student would have a written agreement covering their services.
So the direct cost rates in the technical manual for special education cost accounting applies to both the therapeutic, it applies to all approved independent schools.
That's correct.
John?
Yes.
Yes, Madam Chair, I just want to again thank Megan for her leadership on this. And I might mention that Tom Lovett was a member of the advisory group and worked as well with the group. So we're at a stage with the work of the advisory group on 2200, where they have brought us a draft that they endorse, and we voted provisional approval last month. And I think I'm in error for sort of asking Megan to come back, because she's done all she can do at this stage. She now, Megan, you and your committee will need to stand by until the rate setting group has a final proposal approved by this board, and until the 2220 non-173 group, i.e. Oliver and Kim and Jennifer, have presented to this board their final proposals, which we hope to approve. We pretty much insist that we receive those and approve them at the April meeting, if we're to stay on schedule. Then, Megan, your group, plus Emily and Bill and the rate setting group, plus Oliver and the non-173 group, need to sit down and give us one well-integrated 2220 rule document that we can then approve in May, and then bring to the ICAR to start the rate setting, the rule setting process. So is everybody sort of on the same schedule here together? Emily, Megan, does this sound all right to you?
It does. I have a clarifying question that just, is it the board's hope that the census-based funding group would see the knitted together document and approve it before your meeting in May?
That would be really great.
Okay.
That just means that you all would have to mobilize very soon after the April meeting, knit it together, and then you could share it with your group and so on. So
I don't anticipate that being an issue in the sense that they will have approved in substance each section. I would look a little bit, though, at Emily, who's probably responsible for pulling it together, because our meeting is the first Monday of May, and yours would be a week and a half or so after that, or 2 weeks.
Emily?
Thanks. I don't see any problem with that. I'm imagining that this is primarily a solo project for me as the drafts person. I have 3 documents. I have a good concept of every one of them as the person who's been putting pen to paper, and the approach that, for instance, the state board's 2220 committee has taken has been designed to make that process easier. For instance, you've been looking at track changes on top of the base language that the Census-Based Funding Advisory Group already adopted. And I asked for that because it would make the knitting easier. So the thing that I need to say and make sure everyone is on the same page, there should be no conflicts. Right now, the drafts all work on separate rules. So there is not an instance where there are two concepts for the same language. So there ought not be any decisions to actually be made, but it would be great to have everyone's eyes on to make sure that is in fact the case.
Good.
All right, thank you. Is there any further discussion? So, John, am I correct that we are again voting final approval?
Well, it's my error. I don't think it's needed at this point. We've granted provisional approval, which is enough to say go forth and knit together whenever everybody else is ready to do.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So at this point, I believe we are moving on to item M, the legislative update.
Yes, and thank you. I wanted to just share with you the range of other bits of legislation going on that would be of some interest to the board, and still others that may be interesting but maybe not likely to go anywhere. And then I'd be happy to double back to the conversation that Kim started about how should we proceed about our involvement in the capital budgeting process. Let me just turn to get some things. As I indicated to you, the weighting factors study would provide a role for the state board, as would the capital budget for school construction aid. Other bills that are in the hopper that would possibly require board involvement and at least are of interest to the board is H-130 that would define what a religious school is. I don't know what the bill's prospects are, but this of course relates very much to the various cases in federal court that are active right now. This bill, so far as I can tell, is not getting a great deal of attention. Although, Dan, you may know otherwise since you have full-time people, quote, at the State House.
No, I honestly haven't seen it be given a lot of airtime.
Yeah, agreed. But another one that would be of interest to the board, I mentioned that we'll be receiving the request of the town of Ripton to withdraw from its district. The provision that Ripton is operating under applies only to districts which have merged voluntarily. By law, or at the moment under current law, if the school district was forced to merge by the state board's plan from Act 46, 724 doesn't apply. So there is no way to get divorced if you were forced to get married, as it were. This bill, H-130, would provide for the dissolution or withdrawal from a unified union school district, just as Ripton is now doing, but also extend that privilege to districts formed by order of the state board. That is, arranged marriages as opposed to voluntary marriages. Again, Dan, I don't know if you know anything about the status of that.
No, I don't think, again, there's been a lot of interest in taking that up. I think initially, we did, as the board, I think, shared its observations with the General Assembly on this topic. And my reaction initially was that they were going to focus on COVID-related things, and this was a bigger piece of work. And there hasn't been a lot of from my perspective, active deliberation on the topic of Act 46 or related divorce or marriages.
Agreed. Just an observation, I think it's fair to say that the legislature's bandwidth is diminished under the circumstances of everything being done virtually. There are just none of the opportunities to chit-chat with people in the cafeteria and have sidebar discussions and agreements. It really has constricted the number of bills that are getting really active engagement by the various committees. So a bill like this might have attracted some engagement in another time, but certainly not right now. Kathy, I think you had a comment or question.
Yeah, just a clarifying question. John, you had called that H-130 as well. Is that a different bill number?
Pardon me, it is a different bill number. So it's H-180, pardon me.
Thank you.
180. H-181, there are two bills that pertain to proficiency-based learning. And you'll recall this board spent a day receiving testimony about PBL. Sometimes we've had some of our student members have their own concerns and comments about PBL. One of these bills, H-181, would make proficiency-based learning an option. When the program was put in place, it was made mandatory and still is. So this bill would make it optional for school districts to choose to do PBL or not. And another bill, H-214, would require the State Board of Education to establish, this is their language, statewide criteria for student proficiency-based education. You'll recall in January of last year when we spent that day at Rutland High School, we heard all kinds of comments, and some of them were about the variability in how a proficiency-based learning was being rolled out. And even among schools that were very robustly engaged with PBL, there was wide variation in how they were doing so. And so, and then of course, there were many school districts that had been very hesitant or inattentive to doing anything with PBL, so which we always see. So this bill would attempt to, I guess, put more flesh on the bones about what it's supposed to look like and expect schools to hew to a more prescriptive approach. So in some ways, these two bills are the opposite of one another. One would establish more prescriptions about PBL. The other would say, well, you don't even have to do PBL if you don't want to. My sense is that neither of these is getting very much attention. And frankly, even last year, when Kim and I testified about our day-long experience with PBL, there did not seem to be much appetite, at least in the Senate Committee on Education. And frankly, I spoke privately with House Committee people. That was just not a priority for them to grapple with PBL, partly because it's a bit of a third rail. It's a very controversial topic in some quarters. So those are the things out there, but most of the ones I've just mentioned to you are really uncertain prospect. Of course, they could carry over to the next biennium, but that's a long way away, the next year of the biennium. To go back to Kim's question about the capital bill, I mean, I think your question has merit, Kim. It is an area where we as a board bring virtually no expertise. And frankly, I would love to know how the board ever developed this data 10, 12 years ago. They must have had some outside expertise, or it could be that in those days, the agency had staff. There used to be a pretty robust staff in the agency that knew all about school construction. I have been told there were as many as 6 people in a little department of the agency that knew. And so the agency had what you called capacity, Kim, built in. That, as I understand it, Dan, that capacity is long since departed. And do you have any thoughts about that?
Yeah, I think I've heard we at one time had 3 individuals. I haven't heard as high as 6,
Okay.
but I've certainly been on the receiving end of that expertise as a superintendent and as a principal, having done major projects in cooperation with the agency.
Yeah.
But yeah, I too am interested in how the regulations were ever prescribed, other than taking them from some other state. Maybe they were well established, but I would suspect they did require significant input from the agency to develop.
Yeah, and the testimony from the Truex Collins executive was that it would take probably. He felt that the estimate of $100,000 consulting time was probably not inaccurate. But to Kim's point, it does get us into sort of a rabbit hole that doesn't really lead anywhere other than sort of getting the job done. And we would do it mainly because it's ours to do by way of old tradition. And certainly this board is very interested and open to transitioning to the agency all kinds of administrative rules. The problem I'm having simply is that the agency very recently proposed its own legislation, made a proposal for legislation, which would strip this board of all rulemaking authority. So I'm feeling that we're very vulnerable at the moment, because if the agency had its way, we would be left with 2 rules out of 30. None of them including educational quality standards, school assessment standards, CTE. All of that would be centralized in the agency. And we can have a discussion as to whether we want to see that happen to this board. I think at our last meeting we had that discussion, and I think the consensus was the framework that we have in S-166 is pretty much the framework we would like to move forward with. And that framework was that the board kept the standards that relate to educational quality, and the agency took the standards that relate to administrative matters. So, Kathy, your hand has been up for quite a while. Do you wish to speak, or you need to unmute, Kathy?
I do. I'm interested in what Kim has to say, because I know she and I had a discussion on this. But I guess overall, my question, even though we agreed to that at the last meeting, and I still support that, is to Mr. To Dan and what that was. I thought it seemed clear to me that there was a consensus among the board and among those of you that were representing us in the legislature on what rule would be ours, possibly, and which would be the AOE's. And yet, I was surprised to hear that a bill is introduced that is completely contradictory to that by the Agency of Education. And I guess I'm looking for an explanation of how that came to be, especially without conversation with the board to at least tell us that it was coming.
Yeah, I think there's consensus among the board, but that doesn't necessarily include me, I guess, as secretary. And I think I've made my views known. And, to the chair's point, he's raised a couple times in this meeting. My logic on this is not about making sure the board has things to do. My logic has been since last year about coherence and policy. So, and I don't think a bill has been introduced. We've certainly circulated our views on this, but I don't, to the observation, I don't think the legislature has expressed a lot of interest in taking on this work right now, John. I don't know if you would agree or not, but I haven't heard or seen much interest in the topic.
I think an accurate statement, to answer your question, I think an accurate statement is that you have circulated a 66-page proposal, which is a fundamentally different version of S-166, in which all rulemaking, but for some trivial remainder rules, would be taken away and consolidated in the agency. And I agree with you, there has been so far, no one has had the time to take that up. But you have made sure that your views are circulated in the General Assembly, since I've had several of them ask me, what's this about? And of course, I didn't know what it was about since you'd never told us. Anyway, so yeah, it's out there, and we have different views. I think the difficulty I'm having, Dan, is that when Senator Baruth negotiated a kind of grand compromise that left both of us a bit unhappy, but I felt that we both accepted it and agreed that this would be the division of the rules. And so I, needless to say, was astonished when I found that you've been promoting a totally different grand compromise that would be very, very different.
Yeah, I would just say, I appreciate that, but we never, and I never expressed my enthusiasm. I think, you make, I think, an accurate description that neither of us were overly satisfied with what was negotiated. And that's precisely the beginning of my point of contention, is that I've prescribed or tried to put on the table a logic for why I think the regulatory structure needs to be reformed. That isn't a logic that is a result of negotiation. And from my perspective, what ended up being a work product, which to your point, Kathy, was not agreed to by us, abandoned logic in favor of trying to negotiate a solution that everyone could live with or everyone could hate equally. Starting afresh this session, certainly we came back with our logic, but we haven't been promoting this actively. It's just our position on it is, and I'd be happy, to your point, I'd be happy to schedule some time again and this meeting to talk about this logic that I've developed around policy coherence. I've had this on the agenda for at least 3 meetings, and all those occasions the board has moved on to not take that agenda item up. Be happy to dedicate some time on it. I think it is the most critical issue in front of us as an education system. There's issues of persistent inequality and so forth, and I can trace a lot of those issues back to our, I call incoherence in our regulatory framework. So I'd be happy to, I think it deserves significant attention on the board. It's something I've been promoting actively since we came out of Act 46. With a series of presentations on our accountability system, on the rules, education quality standards, the data systems, and so forth, trying to get more interest on the part of the board to do that. So be happy to engage in that conversation.
Thank you. Kim?
I would ask that this be an agenda item. I will continue to maintain that holding on to something that even in the compromise suggestion last year, we didn't think we should have, and not having it be fixed piecemeal is a complete disservice to the time that we'll spend as a board doing more meaningful work. So I would strongly urge us to have a full-throated conversation as a board about this and not stand in the way of finding some legislative solution to oversight of rules regarding capital construction to be with the agency. It wasn't our shared ideal that it not be ours. And so for sake of the backroom deals that arrived at S-122 or whatever it was, and the mutual dissatisfaction with the outcome, I just think that we are standing in the way of being able to do something different that is otherwise going to come to our table, and we will be ill-equipped and consumed by it in a way that doesn't build capacity for how that works moving forward when it has to be implemented. And so I think more broadly, I'm very interested in a different hat. I think I had the occasion to hear what Dan's speaking of with respect to policy coherence. And I think if whether or not that's it, I think this notion that we're a newly constituted board. Whatever that negotiated agreement was last year was negotiated with the chair. It sounds like the chair of Senate Ed and the secretary. And I think it would be helpful for our board to be able to hear the rationale around it so that we all understand what we think is important that we hold on to. We are more than simply oversight of rules and appeals. And I think if we are strategic about the rules we think are important and we can make our case for it, I imagine the legislature will lean in much more happily to resolving this challenge. But all these conversations are happening outside of this body, outside of this table, and they're being alluded to versus being discussed in our as an agenda item for our board. So I would really please ask that we make time for this conversation. And if there is any way to affect change in that legislation regarding capital construction, that we take that opportunity and not say, if we can't, I just don't see us horse trading on the rules. This is one we agreed isn't ours. If there's a way to fix it in this set of law that's coming out, we should fix it, and we should support them fixing it.
I hear you, and I would be happy to build into the agenda a robust period, and I think an hour and a half would probably be needed, so that we could have this conversation about. We should hear some about this notion of coherence of policy, and we should also hear the view of some others of us who regard that as well. We can talk about the specifics at a later time, and so out of that, I think we might then understand. The problem is that makes me uneasy in the present moment is that I thought there had been an understanding and a division of authorities. And in fact, there had been, even though it was brokered by the chair, it was not a backroom deal. It was very clearly part of the legislation that the Senate committee unanimously adopted, and was unanimously adopted by the Senate. So it was not just a deal, not just a draft. It was a piece of legislation that had broad support, including around the fact that both Dan and I were standing by saying, well, okay, all right, not what we want, but there was no vigorous opposition on the part of the agency, and certainly not by me. So I feel that that is the deal where we should be starting from. And what stunned me was that the agency was offering a totally new deal in which we got basically nothing. And so so I'm uneasy about giving away when, frankly, we are in a negotiation. So I would suggest that I'm willing to consider what you're saying. I think we ought to have a full discussion of frankly, the tensions between what at least I have understood to be the board's desire to retain significant rulemaking authority regarding educational quality and related things, and what, in fact, the agency has, without telling us, gone and advocated and promoted in the General Assembly. And I think we ought to have that conversation in public with one another, and from that, I think I could easily see a way to addressing this rather narrow question that you're raising about the capital funding rules. So I'm happy to do that at the next meeting. So, Kim.
In the interest of time, John, would it be helpful if you were called to testify to have a straw poll of what our interests are as a board? Again, since this is not one that was in contention. So if you are, I mean, we have about a month till our next meeting, and the legislature is moving, as you know better than any of us, or several of you on this call know better than I do. that timing matters. And
the timing, yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Just to answer your question, the capital bill is probably going to move. And so there's some timing there, but that language change is very, very simple and could be done at almost any time in the next month or two. There is no forward movement with regard to the bigger question, that is S-166. That is by consensus, as I understand it, going to be taken up this summer by Senate, House, and maybe Senate Ed. I've heard them say they'd like to do it together. I've heard House say they'd like to do that. So I don't think there's any rush for us to go back up to speak about S-166 and the division, the overall division.
I'm sorry, I think maybe you misunderstood. On the narrow question that is moving regarding capital construction,
I see.
I would like to know if the board would support you in allocating that, since it was in the original legislation, to be rules of the agency, so that you can speak to that while that one's moving. I think the other piece of it is I would agree it requires, and I think it is, demanding of a full-throated conversation at the board table. This one, since we had agreed to it before, doesn't seem as though it requires the same thing, unless it's a matter of, I don't even know what it would be a matter of, because it doesn't make sense to me.
Sure. So, Dan, you have your hand up, and I see Jennifer does as well.
Yeah, I was just, again, I never agreed to 166. I was very dissatisfied with that process of negotiation, and I don't necessarily agree with the idea that the construct should be one about winning or losing. I was going to make some comment directly about the construction, because I found myself, I provided testimony on it, and I just offer that, again, it's not necessarily a position consistent with the board, but I have, and the agency and the administration has its own positions on things. I found myself not interested in advancing school construction as much as I had for the last several years. It's a topic I've been directly involved in, but like so much of what we're doing right now, I think we have to work on this coherence issue, and so much of what we're doing now is around COVID relief. And I tend to agree with John. I don't want to see, I question whether we have capacity, looking at what is emerging as a fairly large technical scope of work relative to school construction. We've had this moratorium. It's a significant financial issue that no one clearly has an answer to. Part of what's being proposed is to have me figure out a finance system for school construction, let alone support the board in its work relative to developing these very technical rules. So if we were just to scope that out as a project, we should, based on the experience we've had together working on issues related to 173, we know this is a multi-year project at best. So my question continuing is, like, what's the broader perspective on what the work is? What are the priorities in front of us? We know what happens when we get Act 46, Act 173, major new data systems, early education reform, all put on the table at the same time without anyone really looking at, what's the capacity? And then of course I get called on the carpet about not having capacity. Well, someone has to figure out, what's the scope of work that's doable. And as much as I support school construction, my testimony was essentially, let's not study this right now. We have an opportunity. There's an opportunity with COVID federal dollars coming into the state to actually spend some money on the issues that are around deferred maintenance, which honestly have been neglected, which have led to school construction issues. So why wouldn't we want to put some effort on right now? We've got a couple years to spend this money in an area where we can actually make some progress on indoor air quality and issues that would be totally appropriate relative to COVID relief. Let's make sure we get that done and give ourselves a little more time to have the conversation about regulation, but certainly to resurrect a major school construction program in this context when we're really putting out a fire on an unprecedented global pandemic is a bit ambitious, knowing our capacity issues and considering everything else that's in flight. So, that's the gist of my testimony. I don't know to what extent it made an impact, but I am concerned about situating projects like this in the context of everything else that's going on. And again, I think the priority should be on the regulatory framework, because that's the root of all our processes.
I guess, Jennifer, do you have?
Well, yeah, I just kind of want to bring this back a little bit. And I think it would be really helpful to put this on the agenda and have a conversation. You know, I missed most of what happened last year with S-166. But this strikes me as, you know, we're still dealing with the aftermath of this reorganization of the state board so that it's not a board of directors overseeing the secretary, but we're our own entity, you know, which in a way is a little bit like a divorce, right? And I think the key to a successful divorce is to act, you know, not with subterfuge and, you know, sort of finding things out after the fact, which doesn't make anybody feel good and really kind of cuts against the trust and good faith that I think that, you know, both the state board and the AOE need to bring to this. I mean, I think there's room for both organizations to exist. I mean, we have slightly different focuses, and I think, but we're all concerned with the education of children and how is that done well and how is that done best. But I think, you know, for me, in order to sort of maintain a spirit of, you know, goodwill and cooperation, it's probably really important to have open lines of communication and just to be upfront about things. And so I think, you know, if we can have an open conversation about, you know, Dan clearly wasn't happy with S-166, you know, from my perspective, that's good to know. Like, now we know, now we can deal with that. But let's figure that out. And I think, you know, we can all sort of work together and hopefully come up with something that works for both organizations and helps us to, you know, both be more effective.
Thank you. I'm wondering about this. How about if I communicate with the House Committee that asked me about the developing the finance formula, and say that we're having a discussion on the board as to whether we really are either qualified or want to take that on. And so let me just ask a question parenthetically. Dan, do you have any idea whether that bill has legs this year?
I don't think it does.
Yeah, it may be moot, but in any case, I'm perfectly willing to go back to them. I mean, I would just simply write an email to the chair of the committee and say that the board's uneasy about taking on that piece. You know, and if you tell us to, and you insist, we'll do what we'll always do what they tell us, but we would advocate that they take a look at just for practical purposes, having that be under the jurisdiction of the agency. And I feel in doing that, I'm kind of sticking my neck out and giving up sort of a playing card in what has been, unfortunately, a very, very difficult negotiation. But I think you also raise a legitimate concern. And so if you're comfortable with that, I would communicate that to the chair of the committee. And as Dan says, it may be moot. That bill may not go anywhere. I don't know. But we ought to at least get it on the record with them. And then I really would love to have us. I can see that we're all ready for this conversation. Dan is, we are, and we should really make that a centerpiece of our next meeting. So are you all comfortable with that?
Yeah, I just have one other question if I can. Dan, does that mean that what you're talking about with the ESSER funds wouldn't, so I'm hearing that they're looking for a study to quantify the problem we know we all have. Can districts in the meantime use the ESSER funds to do capital improvements that are necessary, or in not suggesting some way to do this, are we standing in the way of schools being able to do that?
No, we're not. I mean, that's part of the point is they and capital expenditures are permissible uses of ESSER funds, as are deferred maintenance issues related to COVID. So the point would be, why spend the money on the study when we actually that funding, I think we projected $2 million, $2.5 million, could actually be spent on addressing some of the issues. And this is one-time money. Do we need to conduct a study when we know what the issues are? Yeah, if we were setting up a new system outside of this emergency, I'd say, yeah, that's a very prudent. I've been an advocate of doing that inventory, if you will, to have a uniform sense. But we have this moment right now, and we need to leverage it strategically. And I think, there's certainly looking at facilities needs has emerged as a result of COVID, and it's an area where we could make a lot of progress right now. So I'd rather put our focus on actually doing the work.
That would be, John, does that feel like that is a message that you could echo on behalf, or I guess would this board support that? I think we don't want the message to be that we don't support districts, doing the work they need to do, but studying it maybe.
Yeah, I can, maybe it would be helpful to really clarify. The state aid program and the formula that I'm talking about and the rules about how many square feet for the music room and all of that, those kick into gear only if you're looking for state aid. So they've been allowed to grow obsolete and out of date because there's not been a state aid school construction program for at least a decade. So these rules are not constraining schools from doing as they see fit on their own, with their own monies in whatever way they raise them, through bonding or what have you. These rules are simply the threshold standards that you have to meet in order to receive money from the state. So I don't know whether the ESSER monies would be regarded effectively as state aid or not for me to know or judge. All I'm getting at is that that's the limited context of these rules. Schools are free to bond in any way they wish and to do construction, I think. But once they turn to the state for financial aid, the state has a moral and legal obligation to set standards about how the money is used. And that's what this bundle of square foot standards and cost construction standards attempts to do. So I don't know if that answers your question, but it is, I think, useful to be very clear. Whether or not this bill for capital construction goes forward, school districts still have the independent authority to bond and to build. Am I stating that correctly, Dan? Dan's saying yes. So just back to my question, are you comfortable with me conveying yes, I'm sorry, Kathy, you had a comment.
So Dan, for what it's worth, I agree with the way you're approaching this with putting out the fire. We need a system in place, but it doesn't need to be right now. And John, as far as you going back to the legislature, I absolutely support that. In fact, I don't see it as a weakness. I see it as another way to inform them that we absolutely, as a board, have no interest in rulemaking around anything that we don't have the expertise for, and that is better suited with the Agency of Education. So that is just showing our strength that we're being forthright here. These are the things that are important to us and where we belong in the conversation to represent, especially children and parents. And these are the things that should be ours. So I absolutely support that approach, John.
Thank you, Kathy. Dan, you've had your hand up? It's down. Okay, Lyle.
Yeah, Kathy just said it. I think I concur with her. We need to make sure that everyone knows that the AOE needs the green light to go ahead and spend money on health and safety issues. And if that money's there, go do it. I'm not sure we know what schools need to look like 5 years from now based on what just happened with COVID. That's going to be a study. That's going to mean, and I'm not sure we can do that. I think we can have input on that. But we need to really look carefully and get input from school systems because we know we don't need snow days anymore. We may not need the buildings that we have anymore. That's a big conversation. So we certainly don't need to get into the weeds on that right now, yeah. But that's a full-blown study.
Yeah. All right. Well then, thank you, Lyle. Jenna, I see your hand.
I appreciate this conversation, and I think, and maybe I don't have this right in my head, but it's almost like there's two conversations, right? Like we're drilling down on the issue in hand, which is needs an answer to move forward. But kind of moving back, I think the information from Dan really informed us to be able to come to that decision-making point and how to move forward. And I'm thinking, moving forward and putting that on our agenda to really think about the policy coherence issues and kind of getting closer together, like Jennifer suggested here, with some level of transparency on how we can both move forward in an effective way to do the work that we need to do. So I just wanted to show some appreciation for the conversation on both levels.
Thank you. So I think I'm hearing, but I don't want to presume. Are you comfortable with me conveying to the House Committee on Education that we would be happy to have them change the language so that the capital funding outlay funding formula was the duty of the state, of the Agency of Education, and not the state board? And they would need, by the way, to place that explicitly in the legislation, because existing law is that is our responsibility. That's why they asked us, because the law says we are responsible for that. You have to change that. And I'm okay with that. And if you're okay, then I would do that. And the second part is do my level best to get this into our agenda next month. And if not, then surely the next month. I mean, we do have stuff piling up. But okay. So Kim.
I'm sorry, John. I just wanted to, the other piece that we talked about, because I'm fully in support of that, minimally not leaving those rules with us, but in case that moves, even to Dan's thinking that it is unlikely to, if they view us as some path to having this move, when we agree that with the agency that right now this isn't a priority, so we don't think it should reside with us, and we would echo that it may not be a priority in this moment. Is that fair or no? I'm uncomfortable with us rendering that judgment, because I think we've only heard from Dan about that. I think I've been agnostic about whether this is urgent or not. I've merely answered the question, can you guys develop this language if we want it? And I think my own inclination is to say, if you want to do this, we urge you to change the language so that the agency can do so. I think it's up to Dan, who has a much bigger stake in this. He has $2 million worth of money going into this, and much more demand upon his agency than upon us. I think Dan speaks to it from a much broader perspective than I could. And I would just like to just limit my comments to the part that I've been asked about, which is, will you guys develop this? And I've said, yeah, pay us $100,000 and we will. And I'm willing to say, or put the $100,000 toward the agency and let them do it. But I don't want to go, personally, I don't feel informed enough to I don't have the perspective that Dan brings to it, and he's more than capable of conveying that message. So, are we comfortable with this? Are we there? I've taken that.
Does Dan need more than $100,000, Dan?
That's
I don't know. How do you even put a number on that?
Yeah, and that's my point of we can scope this out, and I know it's it's just the frustration with the process, right? And I have to be sort of raising the flag as secretary about capacity issues and coherence issues. I think that's, because we get called on the carpet when things don't happen. And at most, I'm promoting the idea that at least there's contributory negligence at play, right? So if you ask people to do all these things and don't give them the resources to do it, then you should expect, the outcome that we're getting. But I think, school construction's a conversation. I have similar conversations going on feeding kids. Just to use a parallel example, there's a major legislative initiative to go to universal school meals, which again is something we support from a policy perspective. But when we translate that into the actual practical, how do you do that? We have concerns about the data. We have concerns about losing other federal revenues, and we have concerns about capacity. And those issues don't ever seem to be brought to the conclusion of the process. They're sort of minimized throughout, like, don't worry about it, we'll get to that at the end, and then it's never addressed. So there's a lot of things, in spite of what John mentioned in terms of the limitations of the legislative session as a result of being in Zoom. There's still many initiatives being contemplated in the context of even this pandemic recovery. So it's increasingly very concerned to me, and I apologize if I'm becoming more animated, but it's a challenging dynamic right now. I'll tell you that it is. Trying to land this plane and get out of the pandemic, and I want a little more cooperation.
Yeah, and to your question, Lyle, there was confirmation. For what we were talking about is a very narrow thing. It's about 12 dense pages of data. And there was confirmation from somebody who would be qualified to actually do that, Joyce Collins, that 100K was probably the right amount, no matter who's going to do it. Whether it lands in Dan's shop or the board does it, it's going to be you pay $100,000 and the consultant brings you the data set that schools would need to qualify for state aid. All right, I think this has been helpful and useful, and I hope you feel that you each have been heard. It's now just about 1 o'clock, and I apologize to the vice chair because I feel like I've sort of hijacked the conversation a little bit, and I do apologize. It's
totally fine. I think that was appropriate.
So let us, if you're comfortable with this, let us break for a lunch. Maybe we could do it in 30 minutes with the idea that and by the way, I think we're done with M and N. I talked about future board meetings and what we got to do, and we've just talked again about an important thing to do. So we are left with item O, which we had hoped to start at about 1:15, but at this rate we would start that at 1:30. So if you're comfortable with that plan, then you feel free to turn off your cameras and your microphones, and please be back here at 1:30. Thank you. Good. So, Emily, we are at your disposal.
Okay.
We'd love to. I hope, Ford, you've been able to find and study the two documents. Am I right, Emily? Two documents from you?
Correct.
One being language, and then the second being the side by side.
Yes.
Very helpful. Very, very helpful. Thank you. Please go ahead.
So I'm glancing to see if Milmore has come on the call. I would welcome his input. He's not here yet, but when he comes in, would welcome his input as well.
Sure.
The stakeholder group that's been working together has been working since the first of the year to come up with consensus language, which are, in a way, they are amendments to the current rule on rate setting. But when you glance at that rule, you can quickly see that there's not a lot there. So most of our task has been in writing new language. The experience of all parties has been that there's not enough rule right now on rate setting to govern what schools are required to tell the agency and what the agency is required to do with the information they receive. So we all have the shared understanding that more detail will result in a better process. The areas of disagreement are what I have illustrated in the two documents that you have today. But before we get into areas of disagreement, the board probably needs the content background on this particular rule. You haven't had occasion to work with it much yet. So without looking at either one of the documents right now, I can tell you the thumbnail sketch of rate setting and answer your questions. So rate setting is a process that does not apply to every approved independent school. It applies to the smaller 32-member subset that we call therapeutic schools. Those are the schools where publicly funded students are in attendance only when there's a placement by the student's LEA because of services that the student needs in terms of special education or sometimes 504 accommodations. So as I said, there are 32 of those schools, so it's a relatively manageable number, but within that number, there's huge variability in size, in approach, and in type of student that they seek to primarily serve. So they certainly, many of them specialize in certain disabilities and enroll students only who it's their mission and vision to help students with those disabilities. So you're probably familiar with approved independent schools in general. The amount of tuition paid by the district is governed by the tuition statutes. That is keyed to the average announced tuition, which is right around $16,000 if you're just looking for context. And when services are supplied to publicly funded students above the general education tuition, so special education services, there's a model that we call excess costs. It's that the written agreement that Tom, you brought up earlier, covers the full gamut of IEP services for the individual student and the charges that the public school will reimburse to the independent school for each of those services. It's very subject to the negotiation between the two parties, the independent school and the LEA. And it happens on an annual basis in the summer before students re-enroll in the fall, or initially enroll in the fall. The statute, both before Act 173 and under the Act 173 amendments, treats therapeutic schools differently. There's not an averaged announced tuition and excess costs case by case on top of that. The agency is charged with looking at the total costs of the school's program of education and determining how much of those costs are reasonably related to the level of services provided to publicly funded students. And that process in statute drives us to what's called a maximum rate. And the LEAs may not pay and the therapeutic school may not charge for publicly funded students above that maximum rate. So in theory, the two parties negotiate underneath the maximum rate. However, as of today, for many years, no LEA has paid a lower amount below the maximum rate. The maximum rate has functioned as the rate for many years in the current rate setting construct. So that means that, in effect, the agency has a job of setting the price for total tuition for each of these students that attends the 32 therapeutic schools. And the therapeutic school is guaranteed to have its full approved budget, its full approved costs paid by the various LEAs who have students there. So it's not so much a negotiation of free markets. It's sort of, it's akin to what the Agency of Human Services does for Medicaid costs in various community organizations, including some of these schools also have a service rate set by the Agency of Human Services. So that is the background, I guess, just to help you grasp the concept a little more. We're talking about what goes in the application when a therapeutic school wants a new rate, higher or lower, because they all have established rates as of today. And what happens when a new school is established? And what does the agency do? How does the agency answer the question, are the requested costs reasonably related to the level of services provided to students? So it's a very financially driven process, and the rules, we hope we're getting to a sweet spot of enough detail so that all parties have clear expectations when they go through this process. I see that Kathy's got her hand up. Jen, I don't know, or John, I don't actually know who's running the meeting right now. I'm sorry.
Good question. Yes, go ahead. Thank you, Emily. Kathy?
You may have answered this, Emily, and I missed it, but the therapeutic service that they deliver could be different than the therapeutic service that a student needs, right? Certainly, they could be serviced lower than that. Is that ever a part of the discussion? I mean, or is that, and maybe Dan knows this, does that change the school that they go to based upon the intensity of the therapy? This is totally out of my marketplace, but.
I can answer that. So the placement in one school or another is an actual decision of the IEP team. The placement is an element of their IEP. It's placement in a public setting or in a seclusion setting. So the IEP team is having a discussion of really, should this student go to their public school, independent school A, independent school B, and the team makes that decision based on the student's needs.
And Jennifer has her hand up.
Okay, I had to mute myself. So I'm curious, what is the maximum rate? And did I understand you correctly that all 32 schools are basically getting that maximum rate?
Yes, so I want to make sure I characterize this right. The statute refers to a maximum rate. The process that I have learned getting into this issue and that all stakeholders agree works best is that the maximum rate set by the agency is that which is necessary to deliver services to students and support the operations of the school. And the understanding is that that is the amount that the LEA will agree through written contract to pay. Now, going forward, any LEA could negotiate a better deal for themselves, or there would be nothing stopping that negotiation from happening. But the reality that one would not know from reading the plain text of the statute is that in all cases, the maximum rate established by the agency has been actually paid.
Thank you. Emily, you can continue with your presentation.
So I would go to the document with the text of the rule now. We've gone back and forth on what works best for the board with displaying documents or not. So I'll do whatever is more comfortable for you all. It's posted online and labeled Item O Part 1. And I'm not hearing requests to put it up on the screen, so I won't.
I think we all have seen it or haven't. Yep.
So just to walk you through this, the text in number 1 is a restatement of the text that is in statute. So we've not made changes there. We've stated it again because it's a good place to start. Number 2 is a very practical term. What time of year do you turn in an application, and when do you know whether you need to reapply? There aren't major changes in concept being made here from what is currently the rule. That November 15th deadline has been hotly debated and no one can come up with anything that they would rather have. So we're keeping November 15th for the majority of the schools. We are going to make allowance for those schools that also go through the Agency of Human Service rate setting processes so that they can get both rates through the same application. But the default timeline will be November 15th. Now, in number 3 is the first concept that we've added that's not really present in the current rule. This is the idea that an inflator can be added each year without going through the full boat of the rate setting process itself. If the school is satisfied with its current rate and the agency does not have any concerns that would cause the agency to review the current rate, we can all agree that generally accepted inflator, NIPA, is what the General Assembly uses when it comes to education inflators, and let everyone go about their business, just acknowledging that costs do rise because of inflation each year. Then in number 4, we have the first place where we're still working through a major disagreement. So the the concept here that's not in dispute is that independent schools will submit an application and give certain information to the Agency of Education. That's what we do now. The disagreement really is more about the level of detail that will be required in an application. So it's helpful to look at the list under subdivision A of these items that would go in an application. So starting with salaries, it's the easiest one to understand and explain. The proposal from the visa side of the table is to give a total for these categories for salaries, first of all. And you can see their exact comment there in the blue on the side. They wrote under regulatory role. But the gist of the disagreement is how much detail should be required. The agency feels that we need more detail, and the independent schools feel that something more akin to totals for broad categories would be appropriate. And I can answer questions about that after my summary. And I should say now, I'm looking at the document, so I can't see if people's hands are raised. I'm happy to be interrupted.
I'll try to monitor that for you.
Thank you. So after you get through the budget line items, the application also needs to provide information about how many students this rate supports. And this is the next item that we're still working through and have disagreement about. Currently, the agency determines a rate with a denominator, total cost divided by a number that is related to the school's capacity. The other approach that others prefer is to use the denominator of actual enrollment. So to understand the difference there, a school might have an approved capacity, have space and staff sufficient to serve 30 students. But based on factors that change from year to year, they might only have 25 students actually enrolled. If you use capacity, you get a slightly lower rate in places that are under-enrolled. And if you use enrollment, you get a higher rate despite being unenrolled. So that's a very big debate that's going on right now. I should point out right here that these comments under rate basis, there's a therapeutic school stakeholder comment and an AOE comment on rate basis. That also applies to the text in item 8. That's the same concept discussed in two different places, and there's not agreement on item 8. It's the same debate. So then finally, the process itself is laid out in number 7. This is where the agency evaluates whether items are reasonably related to the level of services provided by the school. And the agency's proposal is to use comparables that are in Act 173 required of the agency to list or announce. So these are the direct cost rates that are mentioned in Act 173 for services. What Act 173 requires us to do in real terms is list the common items of service that would appear in an IEP and announce what the average rate for the state or the average rate for a region should be, so that when schools and LEAs need to negotiate a written agreement, they have some number to start with that's reported by AOE as a common or acceptable cost for that service. It doesn't hold them to only using that number, but it is an information tool for those discussions. That's in the excess cost construct with all independent schools, not the therapeutic subset. It makes sense to AOE to use those same numbers as a comparable, not to be wedded to them exactly, but when reviewing a rate application to see if the requested rates are in line with those comparables. And then we've got language in here to permit variations in the case of regional differences or when there's been difficulty finding a staff member for that position. You might offer more, and that seems reasonable on its face. So we put that language in the draft rule.
Emily, we have a question from Oliver Olson.
Yeah, I have a question or, well, suggestion, and perhaps maybe at the end I can offer it. I just want to, and this has to do with the issue of where there's a point of disagreement on the level of scrutiny or detail the agency's getting into. So I have a suggestion, but let me know when it's appropriate to bring that up.
Thank you.
Okay, I've gone through 3 of the 4 areas of disagreement. Let me just make sure that I've told you the end of the process. So at the end of the process, when the agency has determined what's in or maybe out of the application that meets the reasonableness test, the secretary would be required to notify the school of the final rate by January 15th. So that's a November 15th to January 15th process. The appeal that is currently in the state board rule, everyone agrees, would be retained. That's not made it into our current draft because we're not debating it, but there would be an appeal to the State Board of Education if the independent school does not agree with the final rate set by the secretary. And then in number 10, there's this concept, again, related to the maximum rate. Sometimes independent school wants to work with an LEA to enroll a student who is a good fit for the program. The LEA, in almost all cases, is having difficulty finding a placement for that student because of just the geographic reality that there might not be another school nearby, or because other schools are over-enrolled already. So they need to place the student, and the school is a good fit, but something is missing so that the student can be fully served. And because the independent school was not anticipating serving that need when they submitted their rate application, they're not already approved by the agency to deliver that level of service. They don't have a dollar amount that they can charge to the LEA that's already been approved. So number 10, we have a waiver, where if the IEP team has decided the service is appropriate, but providing the service would cause the school to exceed the maximum rate, the AOE reviews that need and can grant a waiver so that the two can contract with each other for an amount above the maximum rate that's already been set. So the last concept that actually is discussed in the first comment that we come to. Sorry, I'm double checking. Is that there's disagreement about which sources of revenue will be reported to the agency. The independent schools feel strongly that it is not appropriate, not something they should have to disclose, that they have other sources of revenue to support the school's operations. And the major flashpoint is donations. And the agency, we understand that. They're not public institutions, they're private institutions, but we have a problem that we could foreseeably receive an application with requests for costs that are supported by revenue that is not visible to us if we don't have all those reported. And to be quite frank, we've told the independent schools we're concerned about double dipping. We're not assuming bad faith. We have good relationships with all the independent schools we work with, but we have to set up a system that the public can trust. I mean, these are public tax dollars that are being paid, and we would feel negligent if we had just a we'll trust you approach to rate setting. We don't think that's sufficient for public trust. So we need to have assurance that there is not a request for costs that are actually supported by other revenues of the school. And that's different than the common approved independent school, the non-therapeutic, because every aspect of the school's operations will be funded in total after the school has received its approved rate. It's it's a license or a franchise, or even, to use a strong word, a monopoly on being able to charge your full costs. And because your full budgeted costs as a school are divided by your number of students, you receive 100% funding of the level of services you provide to students from public funds. So we feel that we can be respectful and have, not share that information. We can talk about that, but we cannot agree right now to be barred from requesting information about other revenue sources the schools have. So that's four areas of disagreement. Their disagreement in high-level concept. We've not had much trouble agreeing and working together to quickly come up with the language that executes the concepts once we have agreement. It's a really good group for quickly coming up with language, circulating it to different groups, and getting back. So I'll go ahead and bring it up so that you don't have to, John. The absolute deadline for this group to have a finished proofread version of its final work is April 16th, according to the timeline, less than 1 month from today. So I will not paint a picture where I'm confident that we will have that to you on all elements. We have discussed these 4 disagreements at length. I think that we have had enough time to fully hear one another out on both of these areas. Where we are now is trying to come up with creative solutions that haven't been put on the table yet that we would both accept. Especially on the denominator question, we are still hopeful of making progress there. That's a math problem, right? We need to set a 90% of capacity or something similar. And we are still looking at other lines that we can draw that will work for everyone. But on the revenue question, I don't know that we're optimistic about getting final consensus.
I see that we have 3 people. Let's start with you, Tom Lovett, and then Lyle, then Oliver.
So I have, so full disclosure, I was involved on these conversations until just the last month when had a family issue to take care of, and I dropped out of the conversations, but it happened to be around the same time that I got appointed as well. So I guess, Emily, maybe my first question is, how does the other agencies, or maybe even the Agency of Education, deal with other contractors, other contracted services that use public monies?
Well, when the Agency of Education contracts for a service, we start by putting it out to bid. But I don't think that's maybe I don't understand your question.
So I wonder what level of detail you have from other contracted services that would show that the fees they're receiving are reasonably related to the services they're providing.
Right. So a contract for legal services, for instance, will be put out to bid. We'll list the services to be provided and the cost the per hour cost is most common, and we'll receive an invoice with a level of detail to the hour about which activities were undertaken under the contract, and that totals the number of hours, and then we pay that invoice. So that was what you asked.
Yeah. I'm just obviously my question is there an analogous process, a reporting process that might work in this case? And that's just a question. I think it would deserve more thought or time than we have today. My second comment is that regardless of how many students attend a school, there are infrastructure costs for that school to stay in existence. And these schools do play a critical role in the educational landscape. They exist primarily because the public system doesn't have a comparable program. And so I'm wondering how, in that conversation about capacity versus enrollment, that issue has been brought up. Has there been talk about separating out different costs or some kind of acknowledgement of that infrastructure cost?
Yes, there really has. That's where most of our conversations are right now. So the agency acknowledges exactly what you're talking about, some sort of need for a buffer, both to support, the need for a certain level of services, no matter how many students are enrolled, and also to ensure financial flexibility because enrollments change. So the agency's starting offer is to use 90% of the school's capacity so that you're not, as a school, held to being fully enrolled. That's not really a practical way to run a business, to be fully enrolled at all times, and to provide extra resources for the school in the event that it is enrolled at 91% of capacity and above, right? That's really revenue to the school at that point for each student above 90%. The concern is that 90% is harsh on some of the very smallest schools. That's less than one student in a few cases. And so we're looking at a more nuanced way to express the same concept, that there is some lower ceiling than actual full enrollment that we use as the basis for the rate.
That was my next question: is 90 the magic number, or is there some flexibility there? And you just answered that. Thank you.
90%, because you did ask about comparable rules. 90% is used in the PNMI process. That's what the Agency of Human Services does for medical therapeutic settings. And it's also used by the state of New Hampshire for the same purpose for their rate setting for their therapeutic independent schools.
Thank you. You talked about statewide comparables or versus regional comparables, and I would strongly encourage the latter, because throughout the state, as you know, Chittenden County is different than the Northeast Kingdom or Essex County, and the rates and the availability of specialists, for example, varies a lot throughout the state, and the costs associated with those, and transportation costs, things like that. So that's an encouragement to stay with the regional model. This is not I haven't really thought this through very much, but it occurred to me as a possible discussion point. If double dipping is the concern, which seems to me not assuming goodwill, but I'll go with it. But if double dipping is the concern, there is a difference between designated funds and non-designated funds for independent schools. And your example of the library, if funds have been designated to fully fund a library, then we know what that is. That might be fair game. I'm not saying that it is, but it might be a way to resolve that. Whereas more general donations to a school that are not designated for any specific use, then would not be a concern for double dipping.
That makes sense to me.
Thank you, Tom. Next is Lyle, and then I see Oliver, and then Kathy, I think you had your hand up. So Lyle, please.
Yeah, quick question. I guess I can only bring my most recent tech ed experience to this, and I'm wondering again about the projected enrollment. Tech centers use a 6-semester average, and maybe I'm oversimplifying this, but ultimately you either get paid for what you do. Is that anything that could play into the projected enrollment piece? And then my follow-up question is, what if there isn't agreement on this? Is something imposed?
So to your first question, yes, that's an idea that's on the table. There's a little subgroup that's looking at how a rolling historic enrollment might help us solve this capacity or enrollment question. And then where it goes from here is something I'm hoping to discuss with you all. We probably need some sort of backstop direction from you all. You know, what happens if on April 10th, we're not any closer on one or more of these issues? And I wouldn't presume to suggest to you how to handle that, but it will be helpful to know your thoughts on what happens to us if we're not agreed on all points by that date.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to bring the board back to that question, Emily. But first, let us hear from the remaining questioners. Oliver, go ahead.
Yeah, so I have I do have a suggestion on that final point of the backstop. I'll come to that as my last point or suggestion, but just a couple of thoughts. One on the issue of sort of looking into the finances and particularly like the salaries of staff. I sort of see both sides to that issue. I think that there's an argument to be made for the agency wanting to sort of have a bit more visibility into that. But I also understand on the other hand, and perhaps just as a compromise, I'll just throw this out there for you guys to think about as you meet, is perhaps for different classifications of staff, maybe you set sort of a threshold amount and you just sort of, you know, the rule would just say, you know, as long as the salaries are below that level, no disclosure is needed, and disclosure is only needed if salaries are above that threshold. So just as a compromise might be something worth thinking about. I just want to sort of echo, I think, Tom's points. I do have real concerns with the issue of sort of private donations somehow offsetting what we should be paying. And you know, just as an example, and you know, in full disclosure, I'm the parent of a child in a 24/7 residential placement, and you know, obviously through COVID, et cetera, child's out of state. I haven't seen my child in a year, and the staff do incredible work. I've made a contribution to the school, a private contribution, to basically as a thank you to the staff for everything that they've been doing. And in my book, that shouldn't sort of, you know, be used to count against allowable costs. So there's just another perspective to think about. Final suggestion as a way forward to sort of break the logjam, if you sort of clearly have identified these 4 categories of disagreement, and perhaps an approach is I forget what it's called, is it binding arbitration or something where each side kind of brings their best and final offer to the table, and then the board can sort of adjudicate and pick the one that we think is the most reasonable. And maybe that's the way forward, and we can move forward expeditiously on April.
Mr. Chairman, this is Mill Moore.
Yes, Mill, hello.
Very well. I just want to interrupt here because I fear that the discussion is getting down into breaking the logjam issues and that sort of thing without the board having heard from the independent schools in our view on this. You've heard Emily go on at some length about justification for the agency's policies. It was my understanding that today we would simply present the points on which we disagreed, but not get into a debate over why we hold those positions.
So would you like to present some perspective on behalf of the independent schools?
Is that your wish? Do you want to proceed that way, or do you want us to continue to work on our own?
Well, I think it would be useful to hear from you folks. Would 10 minutes suffice to give us a horseback view of your concerns?
Probably less than 10. Thank you. But somebody had a question, a hand raised, so perhaps you want to do that first.
No, I think we can stand by. We'd love to.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I'd like to start off by saying that when we entered into this rulemaking work, we started off, to use a legal term, de novo. That is from square one. Rather than starting from what is currently being done, we went back to the statute, the relevant statute, which is actually just one sentence that says that costs have to be representative of the actual services being delivered. And we worked from that and wrote our rules from square one. We believe that some of the things that we are arguing for are completely consistent with that statutory statement. And so, for example, on the revenue matter, we think that the statute says nothing about revenue. The word revenue does not appear. So for the agency to think that it needs to examine a school's revenue coming from non-public sources strikes us as being off the table. Let's see here. Also, as all of you who have been on the board for a few months know, the board has a considerable concern that independent schools have a robust and active internal governance process. And anything that the agency does with respect to adjusting details in a school's budget interferes in that responsibility that the school has to the agency, to the ed board, to its students, and to its board of trustees to govern itself internally. So we are very, very cautious about allowing the agency to say, well, that salary looks a little suspect. Can't you make an adjustment on that? No. The answer is that the school has carefully considered its budget. It has a plan and a program. It knows what it is doing. It has an approval from the board, and it wishes to proceed. We originally thought that we would not go into detail at all on expenses, but we decided that the best way to ease the agency's mind a bit was to provide a list of 13 categories, which we drew from use elsewhere in the state. So we think that the agency can do just fine looking at all of those summary totals. Let's see here. Well, those are our main concerns at this point. So I guess I would take questions as well now.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Board, I want to sort of double back to the comment that Emily made that there's some risk that a sort of consensus agreement might not emerge by our next meeting. And Emily's correct. We really would like to see that. You know, there might be a few small details, almost wording things, just like we did with the 132360. We changed a few things after a provisional vote, but it would be quite desirable if by the April 21 meeting, the parties had come to an agreement. I've been mulling as we've been talking about, well, could we appoint 2 or 3 board members to serve as a kind of ad hoc committee to represent the board and present the board's recommendation for how to reconcile the residual disagreements between the two sides here. And that's one way would be to meet with these folks in early April and say, so how you doing? And if there are a few sticking points, maybe there's either some diplomacy or some nudging direction or another by the board. I mean, it is in our plan that the board would receive the information you both are providing and might give you some indications of preferences about which way you navigate from here. That could happen today if the board felt that there was something like a consensus view about, well, we like what the agency's doing here, but we like what the independent schools are saying there. Can you guys work that out? So that's one way, is to today give some feedback on these rubbing points. A second option is to appoint a small working group to meet with these folks in 2 weeks, and wherever the rubbing points still persist, and some of them will probably go away. It sounds like you're reasonably close to some of the small group to provide guidance. I'm a little uneasy about knowing how to choose that small group, because I would want that group to be as representative as possible of the board. A third option is to convene a special meeting of the board in 2 weeks, of the entire board, which would be probably a 2-hour meeting, at which we would hear your latest update, kind of the 2-week version of this report. Hopefully there would be fewer differences, and perhaps at that point the board could give you some guidance about, well, all right, you're having trouble with this. We'd like to see it go this way. We'd like to see it go that way. I'd appreciate a board conversation to say, what do you think about any one of these 3 approaches? Oliver, please.
And I just want to put as a fourth option my proposal that each side sort of bring their best proposal forward, and we just simply pick what we think is the most reasonable.
Well, and by the way, we do have this side by side, which kind of sets forward the points of disagreement. Is that, Emily? You haven't spoken directly to this, but is this a fair characterization of where the rub lies in each instance?
It doesn't have rationale. The written rationale, which I think is part of Oliver's suggestion, is found only in the other document. The side-by-side is more of a quick reference of the same information.
Yeah, and it also doesn't have alternate language in every case. So, but to Oliver's point, I think it's always helpful to see specific alternate language. It just helps to clarify where the precise points of disagreement are. But your point, Oliver, is that you guys should sort it out. And if not, we will. And that is how we've done things in the past. These are just very stubborn issues. So I'm open to what's the process you'd like to see. I see 2 hands up. I think, Kathy, you were first, and Jennifer, and then Kim.
Go ahead, whoever. I'm still pondering.
Okay, Kathy, Jennifer, you're next.
Well, just in the time that we've been talking about it, I think both Tom and Oliver raised some alternate ways of thinking that seem to land well. I mean, it seemed like maybe even those 2 suggestions helped to sort of nudge the logjam along a little bit. So I guess my first thought is maybe it would help to have someone else sort of come in and propose different ways of thinking about this. But I would also be curious to know, Mill and Emily, if you guys have a preference about where to go from here. I think we might all be in agreement that waiting until April 21st and have you come back and say that you didn't get it done, I don't think any of us want that outcome. So I guess, then the question is what would be most helpful to avoid that?
Thank you, Jennifer. Kim, I see you have, and we'll come back and give Mill and Emily an opportunity to respond to Jennifer's question. I just want to hear from Kim.
Thanks. A couple of things. I was glad to hear that there was some reference to what's being used in like New Hampshire, for instance. I feel like very often, and this came up through the work of our subcommittee, that we can sometimes look at how other states are navigating similar challenges. And I'm glad to hear that some of that curiosity and exploration happened and is reflected in this language. And I am wondering, and I'm going to apologize and admit straight up front to not fully understand how this works in the public school construct for excess funding. I know when therapeutic placements happen, it's because it can't be done within the school setting, but I do believe that there are extraordinary circumstances where special ed reimbursement, even under 173, is going to have sort of excess, I'm going to get all these words wrong, so I'm sorry, but excess spending considerations for students who have extraordinary needs that will fall, I think, outside of the census-based funding. And again, I apologize if I'm getting all of this wrong. I just would appreciate understanding the parallels.
Dan, do you have I'm sure Emily can respond. Dan, do you have something to add in response to Kim's query?
No, not really. It's been an interesting conversation.
Yes, thank you. Emily, do you want to respond to Kim's inquiry?
So Kim, if you're asking how does the extraordinary cost per student threshold interact with this process, was that your question?
Well, if these students were able to be maintained within their school district, but their needs were extraordinary, is there still with the census-based funding going to be a construct for the extraordinary expenses for some students within a public school district?
Okay, I get it now. So these students, because of their need, will always, with the same set of IEP services, always go to these therapeutic schools. The decision has been made that they cannot be served within their public school. Some of these students also, whether they had been receiving their services in the public school or when they're in the therapeutic independent school, the total cost for services to that student are above that threshold. And it has been lowered because of Act 173, but it's still there. And funds after that threshold they don't come out of your census-based grant. They come from the statewide reimbursement. And that is a factor here. And I would characterize what I'm about to say as my point of view, right? My need for the agency's position on one of these points. If you're talking about negotiation for cost from the statewide level, I see that the LEA in many cases does not have a strong incentive to negotiate a lower cost because the students at issue their services are so expensive that they're being served from the extraordinary cost funds, not from the local budget or the census grant. And so in terms of, are we being good consumers with public funds, I see the task as very important on the agency to ensure that costs are reasonable, because there is not incentive for another party to seek to keep costs down as appropriate.
Thank you. Kim, you still have your hand up?
Yeah, I apologize. I really want to try and understand this, and I apologize if it's too much to get, but there are opportunities if a student is just below being placed outside of the district, but they have extraordinary needs that capacity has been built within the district to serve, or contracted out, but keep them in safe, like free and appropriate, and as close to their district as possible. That in those cases there'd be different sets of funding through the state to support those students who remain in district. And then you get to the next tier and we go out of district. And are the reasonable costs or reimbursements similar in these situations where we go make that jump?
So there is there is a lot of information reporting to the agency for each student that you're seeking extraordinary cost reimbursement. And so the agency is looking at the books of the public school to see the cost of services and what's being delivered before that's approved. There's not an independent set of rules that governs that, but I think I'm taking from you a suggestion to look at that form and see what level of detail is called for in that process and compare it to our current discussions. I'll take that as a tip. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, one observation there. One of the things that always gives me the willies when I represent the independent schools community is when somebody says, well, if it's good enough for the public schools, it ought to be good enough for the independents. And what that does is it completely overlooks the fundamental structural differences between public and independent schools and the way that they are able to operate and forced to operate. One might as easily ask, if it's good enough for the independents, why isn't it good enough for the public schools? I don't think that would go down well either. So I just want us to be really careful. One of the problems, a fundamental problem we have confronted as independent schools people in this whole process has been the lack of expertise on the agency side. The agency has Emily, whose ability as an attorney is unquestioned, but there's nobody present in these negotiations who has any experience in managing a therapeutic independent school or composing a therapeutic independent school's budget. So when we pose objections to proposals from the agency, we're seen as being self-interested and our experience is discounted. And that's a real problem.
Thank you. Yes, Oliver, I see your hand up.
Only because I want to return back to Jen's question. You were going to redirect that to Emily in the mill.
Yes. So between the two of you, is there consensus about what you would like from the board?
We have not discussed that at all, Mr. Chair.
Mill, what do you want?
I would like to discuss that with my working group before I offer any opinion.
I think
Yeah, if I can interject, sorry, Mill, but the clock's ticking here. I'd like to see if we can come up with a way forward today so that we can put that in place and be in a good place in April.
Okay, well, here, we've both told you that we have a fundamental disagreement about the meaning of the statute, 16 DSA 2973. So that part of the logjam, much of the logjam turns on is whose side has interpreted this correctly.
Yeah, that's I think we can understand that may be several levels down, but frankly, the board, I think for practical purposes, needs to be confronted with two different sets of language. Where you cannot agree, no matter how hard you try, then you're left with, we think this and they think that. And somebody has to nudge the conversation to a resolution. And if that can't happen between the parties, we respect and understand that. But I guess it falls to us to make that happen. And the question isn't, I mean, it's a good question, but it's not a question that the board really can grapple with, is who's following most accurately the letter and spirit of that sentence. We can read that, but frankly, how that manifests itself is in specific areas of disagreement. And so I think we want to focus on those specific areas of disagreement. We've done this before. We remember back in Rutland, we were faced with some important disagreements between some stakeholders and the agency, and we kind of said we'd like to see it go this way or that way. And I think we can do that again. My inclination about that is that the more we have the whole board involved in that conversation, the better, because I think there's quite a rich diversity of perspective on this board. And so I think we are likely to have a more confidence in what we come up with together. So I'm back to asking, I think, the board, we're hearing from both of these folks that they're pretty much at loggerheads. They don't see any apparent way forward, especially in the time that remains. So my question to you, I see some hands and I'll recognize you momentarily. I think the question is, board members, how do you want, what role do you want to play, if in helping to sort out these differences, which if we don't assist, I think we're being told, are not likely to move very much between now and the next board meeting. So that's my question, and I want to give plenty of folks an opportunity to speak. Kim, I saw your hand first, and then Jennifer, then Kathy.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. I need to leave here shortly for an important doctor's appointment.
Yeah,
Could I just jump in front of the other two, please?
Of course, please.
Okay, thank you. You had suggested, somebody had suggested in 2 weeks we come together as a full board, I believe, to continue, see if there's been any resolution. I would support something like that. I think it needs to be attended to by the entire board, because not only are we diverse in our own views, but based upon those areas of logjam, I'm even diverse on my views. Some of them don't make sense to the other, right? So I support a full board conversation, and I support doing it outside of the regular cycle time. But I'll obviously support whatever you all decide.
Thank you very much, Kathy. Thank you for being with us today. So, Kim, your hand was up. Are you all set?
It sounds like that might be the route we go. I am wondering, with all due respect to Mill's concern about the, considering the public standards in trying to draw some parallels, just if you don't mind indulging me for a second, I'm kind of playing it out. So you've got that student sort of at the top of the expense heap. Is there an incentive to move them out that would be unintended if there aren't parallels in the way the standards are set to arrive at sort of regional? I don't know enough about that level of detail. I just think it is reasonable to be looking at our neighbors for how they solve these problems and looking at some parallels with the way we apply standards within the public system, because these are public dollars. So
thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry, do you have more? Okay. So, board, I want to just ask you to try to focus your comments on this process question I'm posing to you. I'm just mindful of the time. So I see Jennifer, and then I see Oliver.
So I too agree. I think it would be helpful if we had a special meeting in a couple of weeks. I would also suggest that, both the AOE and, Visa put together not only the preferred language that they're seeking, but also the rationale behind it, because I think that would be really helpful for us as the board to understand where they're coming from. And I'm also wondering if it would be helpful to have someone from a therapeutic independent school who might be able to, speak to, what happens in practice. Just a thought. Thank you.
Thank you. And Oliver.
Yeah, I would support those suggestions. The only other thing, just as from a process perspective, as a suggestion, maybe we provisionally schedule a meeting, but appoint one person from the board to serve as sort of a neutral mediator, if you will, with the idea that perhaps we can somebody coming in this fresh can help the two sides just as a neutral facilitator come to consensus in advance of that provisionally scheduled meeting. And if they can, then we don't need to move forward and take this up in April. I'm just trying to find ways that we can bring the parties to consensus as efficiently as possible.
Right. Thank you. I see that there's a member of the public or perhaps a stakeholder who wishes to speak, but I'm going to rule that we're just deep into a board conversation with the two representatives of the players in this dialogue. And so a member of the public who wishes to speak, I'm simply not going to recognize you at this time. Board, I hear two proposals. One is Oliver's, that we nominate one member to serve as a kind of facilitator / negotiator in the interim. And should that not be lead to a meeting of the minds, that in 2 weeks the board itself would convene for a special meeting that would, and I would lay out some stipulations about what we would require of the parties. I can just tell you that we would require exactly what you've heard here, the exact language that you have in mind, and whatever rationale you wish to present for that position. The other thing I would say to you is we would recommend to you that you present your, quote, highest and best offer. That is, I would discourage you from taking a really hard position, figuring that you can negotiate your way back to some middle ground. I think the board would probably choose one or the other piece of language. I doubt that we're going to want to get into rewriting something in the course of a 2-hour board meeting. So to give yourself the best chance of winning the board's favor, you want to make, I think, your highest and best. That is, your as close as you can go to the middle offer. And that's where the board will say, that's really close to a resolution. We'll go with that. So those would be my urgings to the two representatives. Now I want to turn to them and ask, are you willing to commit to a process such as we are describing? Emily,
yes.
You want to go first?
Yes, we'll do that.
Thank you. And Kim, I see you have a comment.
I'm sorry, I was just putting it in the message to not interrupt, but I was just wondering, and I can't recall that we have another meeting scheduled, Oliver, but if putting on the agenda for the Independent Schools Subcommittee, this topic sort of facilitates this conversation. I don't know if that could work without having to craft or assign another person or body, because I think our next body of work is in phase 2 anyway. So our phase 1 work is done.
Yeah, I appreciate the suggestion. I wouldn't be supportive just because I think in the interim, we need one person to just act as a facilitator and not actually get in the weeds. I think it's really important we let the stakeholders here sort of, they know the subject matter best, and where one person can be helpful versus a committee is just helping to sort of facilitate the conversation. So that's why I suggested that.
Thank you. Tom Lovett.
I think I offered it just as a method of, it worked well in our subcommittee. I think Jenna will probably say we facilitated but mostly listened, and then we could ask our questions while they were talking through things. So that was why I thought that might be an option.
Thank you. Thank you. Tom Lovett.
Yeah, I might regret making this offer, but as somebody who was involved in that process up until 2 weeks ago, I would be happy to re-enter that conversation on behalf of the board.
Okay. I want to be sure that whoever represents the board has a truly objective background. I'm concerned about that.
Yeah, I would be concerned, Tom. I think it's best that somebody who doesn't have the background sort of be to be as neutral as possible. I think that's really would serve both parties.
So
I made my offer mostly because the getting up to speed on the issues would be minimal, and because I wouldn't be making any decisions but simply helping the process forward, I thought it might be valuable. But I understand the concern.
Yeah, I think the optics might be a little complicated. Is there? I guess I want to just cut right to it and say, Oliver, are you willing to do this?
No, I'm not, and I'm sort of, I'm looking, towards, perhaps you, the chair, Lyle. I know you're, you know enough to be dangerous. I know you're, I hate to throw you in the deep end, but I was going to suggest perhaps you might be a good person to tackle this.
Yeah. I wonder.
No,
Yes.
I agree. I would be dangerous. And I wouldn't object to Tom doing it because he really is, he knows. And I think the level-headed nature that he would bring to it, I think would be fine. But that's just my opinion.
Understood. Kimberly, you have a comment?
Sorry, I'm going to renew my request that we take it up, Oliver, as a subcommittee for the reasons that Jeff has been laid out. If we are to be scheduling another meeting sooner rather than later, I don't know if this is going to be resolved. Tom's experience is really helpful. I understand the chair's concern regarding appearance, and I think probably our 2200 subcommittee was constructed for the sake of some balance. So, and I understand you weren't part of our 2360 conversations in our subcommittee, but we really did have the opportunity to hear from diverse opinions and poke questions that prompted some different thinking and came to consensus. I don't want us to take on more than we can chew in our group, Oliver. I'm just knowing that we're done with our part, and if we can facilitate this part being done, that might be a good home for it.
So I hear you repeating the argument that you just made. Yeah, okay. And Oliver, do you have a response? Is your response?
My strong preference is that it should really be one person. I mean, this is a mediation, and mediating by committee I don't think is a good, if we can avoid it, I think it would be better. So I don't, Jen, I know, maybe, I don't know if you'd be willing to put your mediator hat on.
Well, I mean, and I've been sitting here thinking about it. My biggest challenge in all of this, quite honestly, is getting up to speed, which, I mean, I was kind of hoping that Tom would volunteer to do it. But I hadn't really considered the optics. I'm not sure that I find, him putting on his board hat to be improper. But he definitely has the background that I think, could really cut to the meat of the issue far quicker than certainly I could.
I have no doubt that, but I mean, Tom, with all due respect, the fact that you've been a board member of Visa and are deeply and historically associated with Visa means that you have a deep historical association with one of the two sides in this dialogue. And I just think this is not a reflection upon your integrity in the least. I think the optics are awkward and would leave us vulnerable to the complaint that the board's representative was anything other than truly objective.
And I don't take it personally. It was an offer. For the record, St. John's Bay Academy has a long history with special education funding, and I've had a long history with the public education side of that. Understand it well, but I understand the optics, and I know this is my first meeting, but I thought I would make the offer because I thought I could be helpful.
Yeah, I hear you, and I'm very grateful to you for stepping up. I want to ask you, Jennifer, can you do this?
Let me just say, yes, I can do that, and maybe we can push off our next Rule 2200 subcommittee for a couple of weeks.
Or they could get by without you. And
that too, but
imagine that. But all right, so Mill and Emily, are you both comfortable with having Jennifer sit in with you and offer her assistance to you?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
Yes.
Is there any board member who wishes to speak about it? I know this is very awkward, and but please, any final comments about this? So let us tentatively schedule a special meeting of the board for about 2 weeks hence. I promise you it would be, well, I can't promise, but I would hope that it would be about 2 hours. And with the thought that if Emily and Mill will buckle down together and loop Jennifer in, or Jennifer, you can take whatever leadership role you see fit that the others are comfortable with. And if you're able to get to resolution or very close to resolution, great. We don't need to meet on a special meeting in 2 weeks. If you're unable, then please just coach the parties to give us explicit language that is in contrast to one another and the rationale therefore, preferably in a tabular format that ordinary mortals can understand. And we would need that at least 2 days in advance of the scheduled meeting. So this is kind of quick. We could possibly make it 3 weeks to give you a little more time. I think that's perhaps better. We would make it about 3 weeks out for the board meeting, and you guys would need to be getting it buttoned up in about 15, 16 days.
That would work better for me.
Yeah, okay. Bill and Emily, is that okay with you?
Yes, that's acceptable.
Okay, thank you both. And board members, thank you for your patience with all of this. It's been instructive and challenging, and I think we've found our way forward. Are there any final comments from board members on this topic? Then hearing none, I believe we are at the end of our agenda. We're certainly at the end of our time, and I thank you for all of that. Those board members who will be serving on the hearing panel, just a reminder that you should receive soon, this afternoon, the links to, first of all, to the deliberative session, which begins at 9 a.m., and then to the public open session. The actual hearing itself will begin at 9:30. We estimate that that'll take about 2 hours, and then we will go back into deliberative session until the end of the time we've asked you to commit, which was 12:30. Any comments or questions in closing? Board, thank you very much for all of your hard work today. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are adjourned.
Okay. Thanks. Cheers. Bye.